Molt bon dia, molt honorable president, autoritats. Molt bon dia a tothom. Realment, moltíssimes gràcies per haver omplert aquest auditori amb el vostre talent. És un veritable honor donar-vos la benvinguda. Avui aquí som 600 persones plenament dedicades a millorar la salut i a afavorir la recerca, el coneixement i la innovació a la bioregió de Catalunya. Bon dia també a totes les persones que esteu connectades online. Good morning to the professionals who are connected from other countries. We are now in the opening ceremony and we will follow in Catalan. After the presentation of the BioRegion Report, the dialogues and panels, around 10, are going to continue in English. Aquest matí coneixerem l'informe de l'edició 2023 de la bioregió. Recull la ingent activitat que heu fet 1.400 empreses i 264.000 professionals del sector de les ciències, de la vida i de la salut a Catalunya. Allà hi veureu reflectit tot el vostre esforç i el talent, així com tots els avenços que hem aconseguit en 12 mesos. En aquesta edició, l'acte de presentació pública ha comptat, com podeu veure, amb el suport d'Amgen, Almirall, AstraZeneca, Alira Health, Quatre Cases, Esteve, Pfizer, Roche i Sanofi. També la publicació de l'informe compta amb la col·laboració d'Acció, de Catalonia Bio and Healthtech, de Farmaindústria i de Fenin. La presentació de l'informe, un any més, és l'inici de la segona edició de la Barcelona Health Innovation Week. Està organitzada per BioCat per fer visible i compartir tot aquest coneixement al voltant del nostre sector. Aquest any doblem les activitats que vam fer en la primera edició, en seran més de 40, en les quals molts de vosaltres o bé les heu organitzat o bé hi participareu. De fet, si voleu donar un cop d'ull al programa d'aquesta setmana, podeu trobar a les pantalles que hi ha al vestíbul de l'auditori totes les activitats previstes que hi ha per tot Catalunya. I dit això, comencem amb aquesta jornada. Escoltarem el president de la Generalitat de Catalunya, Pere, Aragonès i Garcia, fent la benvinguda a la jornada. Quan vulgui.
Molt bon dia a totes i a tots, president de BioCat, director de BioCat, vicepresidenta de la mesa del Parlament, també una salutació als regidors de l'Ajuntament de Barcelona que avui ens acompanyen, rectors de les universitats i també especialment als directors de centres de recerca i a tots els que esteu professionalment i vocacionalment vinculats amb el sector de les ciències de la salut i de la vida. És per mi un plaer participar de nou en la presentació de l'informe de la bioregió, en aquest cas l'informe de l'any 2023, en què una vegada més es demostra el potencial en l'àmbit de la salut i de les ciències de la vida del nostre país. Un acte que serveix per fer balanç, un bon balanç, ja ho avanço, i per identificar els punts forts i alhora els reptes d'un sector absolutament estratègic per la Catalunya d'avui, però també per la Catalunya que estem construint. Catalunya ha fet del sector de les ciències de la vida i de la salut el que és el driver, l'element pautador fonamental de la seva estratègia de recerca i coneixement. Tenim actius extraordinaris que ens permeten avui situar el nostre país en una posició capdavantera a nivell europeu, capdavantera i de lideratge en l'àmbit del Mediterrani, en l'àmbit de les ciències de la vida i de la salut. I probablement els que haureu coincidit amb mi en algun acte del sector m'heu sentit a dir moltes vegades, però tenim diferents elements que proporcionen una barreja única i singular que ens permet tenir un potencial extraordinari. Per una banda, uns centres de recerca i unes universitats de primeríssim nivell que, combinats amb uns hospitals i un conjunt del sistema de salut que implica la recerca també en el que és el dia a dia de l'activitat assistencial, una base d'una indústria farmacèutica molt resilient i, evidentment, tota una nova onada d'empreses, de spin-offs, de startups en l'àmbit tecnològic que, conjuntament amb aquests altres actius, permeten potenciar el sector de les ciències de la vida i de la salut al nostre país cap endavant i que Catalunya esdevingui un dels hubs en aquest àmbit més important d'Europa. Avui coneixerem dades que són molt positives, també en l'àmbit d'un context global canviant, ple de disrupcions, però que en l'àmbit de les ciències de la salut i de la vida, com en tals altres àmbits, el nostre país demostra una resiliència extraordinària. Aquestes bones notícies, però, no ens haurien d'abocar una visió triomfalista, sinó constatar la bona feina feta i, sobretot, veure el camí recorregut per tenir tota l'energia, la convicció i també la visió estratègica per continuar tirant endavant. I m'agradaria traslladar algunes idees, un parell d'idees avui que tenim l'oportunitat de veure'ns. En primer lloc, l'impuls del sector de les ciències de la vida i de la salut, de la recerca científica en aquest àmbit, de la transferència de coneixement i de la dinamització econòmica que comporta, necessiten i tindran un suport públic absolutament fonamental. Fa unes dècades va haver-hi una aposta estratègica del conjunt de les institucions catalanes per desenvolupar un sistema de ciència i de recerca. Avui aquest esforç continua i continua sumant nous actors i a partir d'una evidència claríssima, que tenim un talent extraordinari format a les nostres universitats, que treballa en els centres de recerca, en els laboratoris, en els hospitals, a les pròpies universitats, que suma també talent de tot arreu i que, especialment en els darrers anys en què hem pogut tornar a tenir l'oportunitat de donar un impuls des del punt de vista del pressupost públic al sector, ens ha permès avançar de forma molt destacada. Per tant, gràcies a la feina feta, gràcies a tot el talent, avui podem presentar unes dades molt bones. I avui podem dir que Catalunya és un dels hubs de recerca i d'innovació en salut més competitius d'Europa i ho fem a partir de dades. Un hub composat per 1.400 empreses, 91 entitats de recerca, l'equivalent al 7,9% del producte interior brut de Catalunya i que dona feina a un 6,5% del conjunt de la població activa del nostre país, que ens permet precisament dibuixar, començar a palpar ja, començar a viure el que serà l'economia de la Catalunya dels propers anys. Un model econòmic de valor afegit, molt més sostenible, amb llocs de treball de qualitat i, sobretot, que no només genera beneficis i llocs de treball, com li pertoca fer perquè sigui viable i resilient, sinó que també permet generar oportunitats pel conjunt de la societat amb una aposta clara per la defensa de la vida. Nous tractaments, millora de la salut, aquest és el principal objectiu. En la presentació, el director general de BioCat hi farà especial èmfasi, però si alguna cosa podem destacar de l'any 2023 és el punt d'inflexió cap a la transformació digital del sector. Les companyies de Digital Health han crescut un 102% en els darrers 5 anys i, per altra banda, estem veient com les diferents iniciatives en les teràpies avançades i emergents estan avançant. Més enllà de l'impuls d'infraestructures i programes concrets, com el Hub de Teràpies Avançades coordinat per BioCat, tenim altres dades que ens permeten visualitzar aquest important salt endavant en el desenvolupament clínic i l'accés a aquestes teràpies. La recerca catalana en aquest àmbit se situa en el top 3 mundial de publicacions en aquesta matèria. L'atractiu de Barcelona, de Catalunya, a l'hora de captar inversions en l'àmbit de les ciències de la salut és molt i molt destacable. Inversions internacionals que demostren la confiança del món en el nostre potencial. De fet, aquest 2023 s'ha establert un nou rècord d'inversió estrangera gràcies al projecte de recerca i desenvolupament més gran que ha acollit mai Catalunya fins ara en forma d'inversió estrangera. L'aposta d'AstraZeneca i Alexion d'invertir 825 milions d'euros en recerca i innovació, que suposarà la creació de més de 1.100 llocs de treball a Catalunya. Apostes com aquesta són les que ens han d'impulsar, ens han d'animar a seguir pensant en gran, a seguir fent avançar un sector clau i determinant per l'economia del país. I fer-ho en termes de present, perquè avui l'ecosistema de recerca i innovació en ciències de la vida i de la salut no és només una porta cap al futur que vindrà, sinó sobretot és una realitat de present que avança de forma imparable. I també tenim reptes que situem com la necessitat d'agilitzar tota l'activitat administrativa, reduir la càrrega burocràtica, l'esforç en aquest sentit del teixit empresarial que faciliti la transferència de coneixement, el desplegament, com estem fent, de forma puntual i amb el ritme adequat de la llei de la ciència i seguir millorant el finançament de recerca. Avui, després de molt de temps, el Govern de Catalunya tornem a tenir capacitat d'invertir en recerca i innovació. Ho fem sent conscients que hi ha molta feina a fer i que també hem de saber prioritzar molt bé. Però ho fem amb la màxima ambició i amb la voluntat de no deixar passar cap oportunitat per aconseguir més recursos pel sistema de recerca català, com en el marc de les negociacions amb el Govern de l'Estat, aquests 150 milions d'euros anuals addicionals que aniran destinats a les infraestructures científiques del nostre país. Per tant, el punt de partida és bo, m'atreviria a dir, és molt bo, però, com deia abans, no ens hem de conformar. No ens podem quedar de braços plegats, sinó que cal seguir-ho potenciant amb grans projectes que totes i tots coneixeu molt bé i que demostren precisament aquesta voluntat de continuar-nos movent, que la inquietud que tenim, que el nostre inconformisme no té fi, que avancem amb el coneixement i recerca i que, com que el món no s'atura, nosaltres tampoc tenim el privilegi d'aturar-nos. I parlem de grans infraestructures com el Mare Nostrum 5, que vam inaugurar el passat mes de desembre, i ja estem treballant amb el projecte de Mare Nostrum 6 al Barcelona Supercomputing Center. L'ampliació del sincrotró ALBA, que permetrà també no només incrementar la recerca científica en aquest àmbit, sinó sobretot ampliar la transferència de coneixement amb el desenvolupament del Parc de l'Alba. El que serà el nou campus de l'Hospital Clínic, que vam anunciar fa 15 dies i que suposarà en la propera dècada un canvi estructural del sistema de ciència i coneixement en l'àmbit de les ciències de la salut al nostre país. I ho fem al conjunt del país també, com el campus del Nou Trueta, que avança també adequadament. L'ampliació, que ens hem de situar, del Parc Científic de Barcelona, el Barcelona Center en Recerca de Neurociències Aplicades i el Centre de Teràpies Avançades i Emergents, amb el projecte coordinat per BioCat, que suma a altres iniciatives com el Centre de Malalties Minoritàries de Sant Joan de Déu o a tota la infraestructura que ja s'està alçant, ja s'està construint a l'antic Mercat del Peix, donant forma a la Ciutadella del Coneixement. Si en mirem des d'aquest punt mateix i ens imaginem el mapa amb només 25 quilòmetres a la rodona, veurem que en molt poc espai s'hi concentren unes infraestructures d'altíssim nivell d'Europa. I, per tant, la concentració, l'aglomeració, no només d'infraestructures, sinó de projectes, de talent, d'iniciatives, d'efectes de vessament cap a l'economia del propi país, és extraordinari. I hem de saber aprofitar aquesta oportunitat. Segurament hi hauria molts altres països que farien el que estigués a les seves mans per poder tenir aquesta concentració de tantíssimes infraestructures, talent i oportunitats en tan poc espai com tenim a Catalunya. I, per tant, fem-nos forts en aquest avantatge competitiu del nostre ecosistema de coneixement i, sobretot, per la proximitat i la facilitat de relacions entre centres que comporta. Hem de continuar reforçant el treball conjunt, alineant objectius i sumar esforços. Per tant, creiem-nos el potencial que tenim, explotem-lo al màxim per poder portar Catalunya més enllà en defensa de la vida, perquè generarem, com deia, no només coneixement, no només oportunitats econòmiques, sinó sobretot noves perspectives, noves esperances en la salut dels nostres ciutadans i ciutadanes. Ho tenim tot per menjar-nos el món, per tant, aprofitem-ho i la meva enhorabona a BioCat i a tots els actius de l'ecosistema de ciències de la vida i de la salut del nostre país que feu possible les magnífiques dades que presentem avui. Molt bon dia a tothom, moltes felicitats. Gràcies.
Bon dia a totes i a tots. Honorable president, presidenta, vicepresidenta del Parlament, tinent d'alcalde, rectors, secretaris, directors generals del govern, membres del patronat de BioCat, tots i totes les representants del sector, amics i amigues, benvingudes i benvinguts en aquest acte. Permeteu-me, abans de començar, voldria agrair, ja ho hem dit abans, però agrair especialment a totes les empreses que ens heu ajudat a tirar endavant aquesta edició, a les entitats també que heu col·laborat amb el contingut de l'informe i personalment voldria agrair a tot el meu equip de BioCat, principalment a tot l'equip d'imatge, comunicació i intel·ligència competitiva, disculpeu, i a la directora Sílvia Lavé, responsable d'aquest projecte. Així que moltíssimes gràcies per tota la feinada. Com bé sabeu, la bioregió és un dels principals motors de desenvolupament econòmic i social de Catalunya i està reconeguda com un dels ecosistemes de recerca, desenvolupament i innovació en salut amb més projecció a tota Europa. I això és gràcies a vosaltres, a noves iniciatives empresarials, a projectes de recerca puntera, a la mobilització i atracció de capital que portem cap al nostre ecosistema, a la qualitat i a la competitivitat del nostre sistema de salut, al suport estratègic de l'administració i fonamentalment gràcies al talent altament qualificat que conforma aquest sector. I amb això passem ara sí a presentar les dades d'aquest darrer any del 2023. Com podeu veure, la bioregió de Catalunya està composada per 1.400 empreses, principalment empreses de l'àmbit Biotech, amb un 26%, destacar Digital Health, que com deia el president va creixent de forma molt constant els darrers anys, dispositius mèdics i tot el subsector de farma, també per les empreses de consultories o proveïdors de serveis i també destacar aquest 5% de les firmes d'inversió presents a l'ecosistema i que ajuden no només a promoure aquests projectes d'innovació, sinó a captar inversió internacional. I com no pot ser d'una altra manera, aquesta base clau per tenir un ecosistema ric, que són les 91 institucions de recerca composades per centres de R+D, universitats, hospitals universitaris, parcs científics i centres tecnològics i també les nostres 3 grans infraestructures. Passem a comentar ara les dades macroeconòmiques. Com podeu veure, la facturació total del sector és de més de 42 milions d'euros, superant en un 6,8% a les dades de l'any anterior. Això suposa un 7,9% del PIB de Catalunya, un 4,1% el representa la facturació per part de la indústria i un 3,8% de la facturació per part dels serveis sanitaris. De fet, l'impacte de la indústria esdevé un 56% del total de facturació del sector i, com podeu veure en aquesta evolució des del 2018, el creixement global ha estat d'un 31% en els darrers 5 anys. Si entrem a veure l'anàlisi per subsectors, el subsector farmacèutic, encara que és el més petit en nombre d'empreses, segueix sent el que té unes dades de facturació més altes, representant un 47%, i en l'altra banda, en canvi, l'àmbit de Digital Health, malgrat tenir un gran nombre d'empreses, 212, segueix amb aquesta facturació del 2%, però és que està creixent amb el ritme més alt, amb un creixement en nombre d'empreses de 102% al llarg dels darrers 5 anys. Presentem les dades d'ocupació. El sector representa una ocupació de prop de 270.000 llocs de treball, un 6,5% de la població ocupada. La indústria suposa 70.000 llocs de treball, un 26% del total de l'ocupació, i destacar també, igual que en el cas de la facturació, l'increment des del 2018, que en aquest cas en nombre d'ocupació ha estat d'un 23%. El que fa a la tipologia d'empreses que formeu el nostre ecosistema, un 74% són micro i petites, un 15% són empreses mitjanes, un 11% són grans empreses i la gran part d'elles es concentren a l'àrea metropolitana de Barcelona, suposant un 94% del sector en aquesta part del país. Presentem ara dades d'exportació. El 2023, les exportacions fetes des de les nostres empreses cap a l'exterior van suposar prop de 8.850 milions d'euros, un 14% més que l'any anterior. De fet, aquestes dades d'exportació representen el 31% del total d'exportacions de productes sanitaris i productes farmacèutics fetes des d'Espanya, situant-nos en la segona posició de tot l'Estat. Aquest nombre d'exportacions són el 9% del total de les exportacions fetes des de Catalunya i tenim més de 860 empreses que exporten regularment productes a l'exterior. Això és un increment del 22% respecte a l'any anterior. De fet, aquestes empreses representeu el 44% sobre el total de les empreses exportadores del sector a Espanya. Les principals destinacions on exportem són bàsicament a Europa. De fet, els 5 països on més exportem són aquests: Suïssa, França, Alemanya, Irlanda, Itàlia. I aquí podeu veure alguns exemples de les empreses més exportadores que tenim al país, com Almirall, B. Braun, Bioibèrica o Esteve. També aquelles empreses que tenen filials a l'estranger. De fet, tenim 863 filials d'empreses catalanes. I veiem també que percentualment la majoria dels productes que exportem són productes farmacèutics amb aquesta xifra de prop del 92%. Pel que fa a dades d'inversió estrangera directa, en els darrers 5 anys hem tingut un total de 1.684 milions d'euros d'inversió directa que han generat prop de 4.700 llocs de treball. De fet, amb dades provisionals del 2023, podem veure com la inversió s'ha incrementat en un 110% respecte a l'any anterior i l'ocupació en un 366%. De fet, com comentava també anteriorment el president, en gran part aquest impuls és fruit de l'aposta de l'empresa AstraZeneca i de l'Exion en situar el seu hub de R+D a Barcelona. Només amb aquesta operació la inversió estrangera ha crescut amb 825 milions d'euros i amb més de 1.100 llocs de treball, sent la inversió més gran feta amb R+D fins al moment a Catalunya. I, de fet, això comporta també que, com veiem amb aquesta imatge, el Regne Unit encapçala el rànquing dels principals països que inverteixen a la bioregió, seguit pels Estats Units i per Japó. En els darrers anys, també, fruit d'aquesta aposta per part d'empreses del nostre sector, s'han creat fins a 25 nous hubs internacionals d'excel·lència, principalment hubs de desenvolupament digital, centres tecnològics o filials d'aquestes multinacionals. Destacar en aquests aterratges internacionals no només AstraZeneca, sinó també empreses com Alliance Healthcare, Bayer, Boehringer Ingelheim, Roche o Sanofi. I recordar també que més del 50% de les principals multinacionals del sector tenen presència a Catalunya. També és bo tenir molt present com Catalunya segueix concentrant de forma històrica més del 50% de la indústria farmacèutica espanyola i destacar multinacionals del país que operen internacionalment com Almirall, Esteve, Ferrer, Grífols, Ypres, Rei Jofré o moltes d'altres, com veieu també aquí en les imatges. Parlem ara de talent. Com bé sabeu, la captació i retenció del talent seran elements crítics pel creixement i la competitivitat del nostre sector. Actualment, Barcelona ja lidera les primeres posicions a nivell internacional com una de les ciutats més atractives per a la comunitat científica i emprenedora internacional, però també parlem de formació. Caldrà cada cop més una formació d'alta qualitat i especialitzada, dut a terme principalment per part de les nostres universitats. En aquest sentit, aquí presentem dades de nombre de titulacions sorgides de branques científiques. En aquest sentit, més de 15.000 graus, prop de 8.000 màsters, prop de 1.700 doctorats i més de 9.600 investigadors i investigadores que treballen en ciències de la vida i la salut. Com podeu veure també a sota de les imatges, som un sector que a nivell global ens trobem en termes de paritat, malgrat, com hem presentat en diversos informes, encara existeixen moltes desigualtats i inequitats a revertir i hi ha una tisora de gènere molt marcada a mesura que avança les carreres professionals de les nostres investigadores. En aquest sentit, La consolidació no només dels hubs existents ja a la bioregió, sinó també l'aterratge d'aquests nous hubs que comentava abans, està afavorint de forma molt marcada també la mobilització, la captació i la retenció del nostre talent amb una projecció de creació de llocs de treball de més de 5.000 nous llocs. Passem a parlar ara sobre la creació d'empreses, el ritme de creacions de les nostres empreses. Com veieu, des del 2014, el rati de creació de noves startups s'ha mantingut amb 1 a 1,5 empreses en funció de l'any, és a dir, més o menys de mitjana entre 50 i 75 noves empreses l'any. Com sempre recordem, els 2 últims anys sempre fluctuen per la manca d'informació pública i esperem que 2022 i 2023 les dades finals acabin sent més altes, tal com va passar el 2021. I estem parlant de dades de startups, però a dalt, com veiem, apareix representat quin percentatge de spin-off representa i veiem com en els últims anys, des del 2020, aquest percentatge es manté més o menys estable al voltant del 30%. Destacar també que en el darrer període el nombre de dones en posicions directives ha crescut fins al 34%, superant així el percentatge directiu femení identificat en l'anterior període, del 2014 al 2018. I no oblidar també que al mateix temps que sorgeixen noves empreses, també es creen o aterren noves firmes d'inversió, especialitzades o multisectorials, que, com bé sabeu, són un actiu clau pel desenvolupament dels nostres projectes. De fet, entre el 2014 i el 2023, fins a 21 Venture Capitals han participat en rondes d'inversió de més de 2 milions d'euros al nostre ecosistema. I com sempre diem, el nostre ecosistema, la bioregió, no només és un ecosistema consolidat, sinó que està en continu creixement. En aquesta imatge presentem aquelles noves infraestructures, equipaments i iniciatives anunciades al llarg del 2023 que de ben segur impactaran en l'impuls i l'enfortiment del sector, demostrant així la seva fortalesa i el seu dinamisme. Alguns exemples, també ho comentàvem abans, 2023 començava amb l'esperada notícia d'ampliació del campus de l'Hospital Clínic, que fa res, un parell de setmanes va signar el corresponent conveni. També l'enfortiment de les nostres 3 grans infraestructures tecnològiques, el Barcelona Supercomputing Center, el Sincrotró Alba i el CENAC, les ampliacions del Parc Científic de Barcelona i també de l'IRTA, el creixement dels hubs on es concentra gran part de la nostra comunitat emprenedora, Tech Barcelona, Barcelona Health Hub, el Norsken House, i també l'anunci de nous centres d'excel·lència com el futur Caixa Research Institute. I ara parlem d'inversió. Com bé sabeu, el 2022 va ser un any històric a nivell d'inversió. Malgrat això, el context geopolític i econòmic del 2023 ja avançava una previsible davallada, degut principalment a les dificultats d'accés a capital, a la pujada d'interès i també la prudència generalitzada dels entorns financers. Tenint en compte aquest marc, aquest panorama a nivell internacional, hem tingut el 2023 una inversió de 220 milions d'euros en startups i scale-ups, que donada la situació considerem que és una notícia prou positiva, bàsicament perquè ens consolida amb aquelles dades que ja vam aconseguir el 2020 i 2021, superant el que en aquell moment semblava molt complex, aquest sostre de 200 milions d'euros. Per tipologia d'on prové aquesta inversió, el capital risc continua sent la font principal de finançament. De fet, a través de 37 operacions, suposa el 52% del total de la inversió aixecada, amb una xifra total de 114 milions d'euros, i destacar de forma molt especial l'increment dels ajuts competitius, provenents principalment de fons de la Comissió Europea, que es multipliquen per 2 respecte a la mitjana aixecada en el període 2019-2021 i que ha ajudat enguany a cobrir la caiguda de la part de Venture Capital. Com podeu veure aquí, les dificultats globals han impactat en tots els mercats. De fet, en el cas de Catalunya, encara una mica més, perquè l'any passat, dèiem, va ser històric. Vam tenir 3 grans rondes d'inversió, que només d'aquestes 3 grans rondes ja van superar els 200 milions d'euros. I això també ha tingut efectes en què la inversió de capital risc internacional ha caigut per primer cop en els darrers anys. Bàsicament, com deia també, per la davallada d'aquest capital disponible que ha dificultat aixecar grans operacions d'inversió que sempre acaben sent el motor tractor d'aquest capital internacional. El 2023 hem tingut 7 coinversions i 6 inversions dutes a terme només per inversió internacional, que han suposat 66,5 milions d'euros, un 58% del capital risc aixecat i, en canvi, les rondes en capital només nacional han augmentat de 12 a 18 i han multiplicat per 2 la inversió aixecada, aconseguint un rècord a la bioregió fins a la data de 38,7 milions d'euros. Pel que fa a l'evolució de l'atracció de firmes d'inversió, el 2023, a diferència dels darrers anys, les firmes d'inversió d'origen nacional han crescut per sobre de la mitjana fins a arribar a 36, multiplicant en aquest sentit el doble de firmes que teníem el 2019 i, en canvi, en la línia del que comentava abans, els inversors internacionals únics s'han reduït a 25, 14 menys que el 2022. No obstant, la capacitat d'atracció de capital internacional segueix reflectint aquest increment anual de més o menys entre 15 i 30 nous inversors. Aquí podeu veure alguns exemples dels principals inversors internacionals que hem tingut en els darrers períodes, des del 2013, i els més destacats d'aquest any 2023. I la progressió, com veieu, des del 2019 al 2023, on hem multiplicat per 3 el nombre d'inversors internacionals que aposten pels nostres projectes, arribant fins a 130 firmes d'inversió que han invertit en les nostres startups i scale-ups. En aquesta taula podem veure un recull de les rondes d'inversió, sortides empresarials, fusions i adquisicions dels darrers anys. Observem que tenim empreses distribuïdes a tota la taula, excepte, i en la línia del que comentàvem, amb la part de dalt a la dreta, aquestes grans operacions per sobre dels 40 milions d'euros que no n'hem tingut aquest 2023, fruit d'aquestes dificultats en la captació d'inversió, i també una lleugera reducció en el nombre d'èxits. Enguany, simplement perquè ho tingueu en consideració, incorporem també a l'informe dades sobre quines inversions han estat fruit de sèries A, B o C. I entrant més en detall el que suposa les M&A, destacar, entre d'altres, les 3 adquisicions fetes per Palex Medical, esdevenint així un dels principals grups de tecnologia i equipament sanitari, i també la fusió de l'empresa catalana Meli amb l'americana AXA Health, esdevenint líders mundials en teràpies de realitat virtual. Barcelona es situa entre una de les ciutats destacades en captació d'inversió en aquesta comparativa internacional, en startups i scale-ups de salut i també concretament en startups i scale-ups exclusivament Healthtech de ciutats EMEA, podem identificar a la primera columna com Barcelona és l'única ciutat espanyola al rànquing EMEA en captació d'inversió en salut, ocupant la posició número 12. En el subsector Healthtech, que inclou la part de Tech, Med i Digital Health, Barcelona puja 3 posicions i es situa en la posició número 9. I com veieu a la dreta, del top 15, només hi ha 2 ciutats EMEA, Milà i Tel Aviv, que han tingut una evolució d'inversió positiva. De fet, com podeu comprovar, Barcelona decreix a un ritme moderat si la comparem a la resta de ciutats de l'entorn EMEA, veient que aquesta davallada ha estat molt generalitzada a nivell internacional. Passem a parlar ara d'assajos clínics. Com bé sabeu, i ho demostrem amb les dades d'aquest 2023, Catalunya un any més es consolida com un entorn preferent per atraure i desenvolupar assajos clínics. La indústria aposta pels nostres hospitals i aquí troba professionals altament qualificats, instal·lacions científiques d'alt nivell i un sòlid sistema sanitari. I veiem com a Catalunya es realitzen el 88,5% dels assajos clínics de tota Espanya, més de 5.300 assajos en actiu, i això ens situa internacionalment en la 5a posició d'Europa i en la 8a posició de tot el món. Si entrem al detall per àrees, oncologia segueix sent l'àrea on fem més assajos clínics, un 34% del total, seguit d'altres com sistemes immunitaris, sistema respiratori, nerviós o cardiovascular. La indústria farmacèutica impulsa el 76% d'aquests assajos. Aquí veiem les 20 principals multinacionals que aposten per desenvolupar recerca clínica a la bioregió, Novartis, Roche, AstraZeneca, Pfizer, GSK, Sanofi, Amgen. I també destacar el 24% d'assajos clínics no comercials promoguts per institucions hospitals del nostre país. Els principals impulsors, l'Hospital Clínic, l'Hospital de Sant Pau, l'Hospital de Vall d'Hebron, l'Hospital del Mar, l'Hospital de Bellvitge o l'Hospital de Sant Joan de Déu. En aquest recull veiem el pipeline de teràpies desenvolupades per empreses i entitats de la bioregió. De fet, un total de 73 teràpies. En aquesta primera imatge veiem aquelles 54 teràpies impulsades per 7 empreses farmacèutiques i 14 biotecnològiques, principalment en l'àmbit de l'oncologia, de fet un 31% en oncologia, un 20% en dermatologia, un 20% en sistema nerviós i un 10% en dermatologia, i també, no gens menor, el 8% d'assajos clínics en malalties minoritàries i algun cas més que destacat de l'any passat, l'arribada al mercat de la vacuna contra la Covid per part de l'empresa IPRA. Parlem ara de teràpies avançades, teràpies emergents. Com bé sabeu, la nova era de la teràpia gènica i cel·lular, la medicina regenerativa, està contribuint a construir un nou paradigma i en aquest marc Catalunya apostem per tenir un rol de lideratge a Europa. A l'informe apareixen dades on podem veure com estem amb el top 3 en producció científica, en la 6ª posició en el nombre de sol·licituds de patents i, com comentava també el president, a finals de 2023 va haver una aposta molt clara d'impulsar el hub de teràpies avançades i emergents amb l'objectiu, com sempre diem, principal de fer arribar aquestes teràpies a la ciutadania, als nostres pacients, als nostres malalts. Aquí veiem les 19 teràpies avançades que es troben en fases clíniques, destacar de forma molt prioritària els diferents CAR-Ts i TILs contra el càncer que s'estan duent a terme, impulsats pels instituts de recerca i els hospitals del Clínic, Vall d'Hebron, Sant Pau, Sant Joan de Déu, Bellvitge i també per l'empresa OneChain, però també d'altres teràpies en l'àmbit del sistema nerviós central i dermatologia desenvolupades per l'IGTP, pel BCT o per l'empresa Esteve. Enguany també hem presentat les dades d'una consulta feta conjuntament amb FENIN pel que fa a productes i serveis Healthtech, dels quals traiem algunes conclusions. Com veiem aquí, el 66% de les empreses en aquest àmbit desenvolupa dispositius mèdics, la resta, un 34%, desenvolupa apps o plataformes digitals. El 38% d'aquests productes tenen una classificació regulatòria com a productes de risc baix i el 35% no té cap classificació, ja que es tracta d'apps o plataformes. El 45% dels productes i serveis de les startups estan a mercat, un 58% en el cas d'empreses, mentre que el 55% es troba en desenvolupament tecnològic, prototipatge, validació o proves de concepte. Per últim, destacar que el 40% de les startups en aquest subsector té almenys un producte patentat. I entrat en detall més amb el model de negoci, remarcar que el 32% d'aquestes empreses tenen col·laboracions amb els nostres hospitals, principalment amb Vall d'Hebron, amb Bellvitge, Clínic, Germans Trias i Pujols i Sant Joan de Déu, que el 67% de les startups factura menys d'1 milió d'euros o fins a un 20% no factura, mentre que només un 14% factura entre 1 i 10 milions d'euros i, en canvi, entre les empreses més consolidades del subsector, un 32% factura més de 10 milions d'euros. I ara sí, per acabar, comentar també que amb l'informe hem incorporat per primer cop dades sobre quin impacte està tenint la intel·ligència artificial en el nostre sector i algunes aproximacions que podem veure aquí, en la que visibilitzem com fins a un 19% de les nostres empreses, 85 en concret, treballen en l'aplicació de la intel·ligència artificial en els seus productes. Més de la meitat són companyies de digital health, un 22% són empreses biotecnològiques i un 13% són de tecnologies mèdiques. I veiem a nivell d'inversió que les startups i scale-ups que treballen en intel·ligència artificial en salut, la inversió no ha deixat de créixer des del 2019. De fet, el 92% del total de la inversió captada, 251 milions d'euros, s'ha aixecat només en els darrers 5 anys. El potencial de la intel·ligència artificial en salut està impactant ja en diferents àmbits, però alguns tan rellevants com tot l'àmbit de l'analítica predictiva, la monitorització a distància o la bioinformàtica i, de forma molt destacada, la seva aplicació en àrees terapèutiques com les malalties del sistema nerviós, l'oncologia o la salut mental. Amb això acabaríem aquí la presentació i us deixaria amb un vídeo resum de les dades d'aquest informe. Moltes gràcies.
Catalonia is breathing, living, enjoying, thinking differently, standing out, driving the future. Catalonia is health, innovation and competitiveness. At home to a first-class health and life sciences ecosystem. The BioRegion of Catalonia. The BioRegion of Catalonia is one of the leading health innovation hubs in Europe and a beacon ecosystem in Spain. An ecosystem that continues to grow year after year thanks to the international competitiveness of its top university hospitals, cutting-edge research centres, infrastructures, and a large number of startups and long-standing industry players. The BioRegion is also a hub for generation, attraction, and retention of talent, and offers a very attractive conditions for international investment. In 2023, the activity of the BioRegion continued to drive the economic and social development of Catalonia, accounting for near 8% of Catalan GDP and 6.5% of active employment, consolidating itself as a hotspot for foreign investment, innovation centres and hubs of multinational corporations. Catalonia is health, innovation, competitiveness and talent. A pool of high-qualified teams and talent able to build projects, startups and scale-ups that break records of investment and keep scaling up the ecosystem each year. Finance raised by operations mainly collaboration with national and international investors from Europe, US and Asia, highlighting the competitiveness of the ecosystem, as well as the global network of investors based in Barcelona. The BioRegion of Catalonia is committed to the present to build the future. Because it is one of the most digitalized healthcare systems in Europe, and it is driving a national artificial intelligence strategy, creating a facilitating environment for health innovation, prioritizing prevention, leading the implementation of AI solutions, and contributing to the improvement of healthcare attention, delivery, and sustainability. Because it is among the global leaders in clinical trials and development of new therapies and advanced therapies that will increase the access of patients to innovative treatments and personalized medicine. Because its science ranks in top positions for number and quality of publications and highly cited papers in Europe. Catalonia is health, is innovation, is competitiveness, for us and for the world, for today and for the future.
Robert, una meravella.
Sí, sí.
Mos brillen, jo crec que a tots mos brillen els ulls quan mirem aquestes imatges. No? És realment un orgull dirigir, doncs, no només externament, sinó dirigir un equip, el de BioCat, que feu l'informe internament i, per tant, com a director general, és una feina d'equip del qual te sents molt orgullós, imagino.
Molt content. Un equipàs, ho he dit al principi, reconèixer tota la feinada, no? Perquè són moltes setmanes, és tot un any treballant, no només per agrupar, sempre dic que al final les dades és fruit de la feina que feu tot el sector, però agrupar-les aquí i presentar-les és una feina d'equip. I estem en el millor moment, jo crec, com a sector. I aprofito, amb el propi patronat de BioCat, just vam aprovar un pla estratègic de la bioregió i del patronat. Ho dic perquè aprofitem tots plegats, estem a la cresta de la onada, avui es parlaran de molts temes que són claus, el talent, les teràpies avançades, intel·ligència artificial. Jo crec que estem en aquest excel·lent moment, no siguem autocomplaents, com deia el president, però aprofitem el moment perquè realment tenim l'oportunitat de liderar la innovació en el sector salut.
Doncs endavant.
Nosaltres, per part de BioCat, a disposició.
Doncs felicitats i endavant, pensant en aquest present i futur. Gràcies, Robert Fabregat. Molt bé. Continuem la jornada i us animo a compartir els continguts a través de les vostres xarxes socials amb les etiquetes BioRegion Report o Informe Bioregió. Entrarem ara en el debat a partir d'algunes de les dades que hem comentat i que ha comentat Robert Fabregat en aquest informe. And we are now going to start the sessions in English. Just a quick announcement, because due to an issue with one of the speakers, we are going to switch the order of the panels. And now we will start with the Advanced Therapies legislation table, and then we will talk about investment after the coffee break. So we welcome to the stage to the following panelists, who are Sol Ruiz, Matthias Olsen, Joana Silveira Botelho and Lluís Pareras. And we will also welcome to Esteve Trias, who is welcome. Nice to receive you here. And the chairman, Esteve Trias, who is the executive medical director of Leitat, and he is also the technical director of Advanced Therapies at the hospital clinic. We are going to talk about an essential issue about the regulation. You are an expert on this. So just tell us, every step we give in advanced therapies, we have to take care of the regulation.
Okay, thank you, Aurora. I think that we used to say that regulation is
Come
balance.
a bit here, because I think it's very, very dark here, so you can come in a bit and say.
Thank you. I think that it's an honor to be sharing this kind of panel with this level of expertise. And for us, regulation is a balance between the guarantees for the patients and the barriers, no? And this balance should be moved. And I hope that during the discussions on the table, we will be capable how to manage this balance, offering guarantees without making so high the barriers on that.
Okay, perfect. So go on. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to all. Thanks to all the audience, and thanks mainly to the panelists. I have in my right side Sol Ruiz. Sol is the head of Biologic and Advanced Therapies in the Spanish Medicine Agency, and very active also in the European Medicine Agency, of course. Joana Silveira is a senior partner of Cuatro Casas with a strong expertise in supporting on the biotechs and biotechnological as well in advanced therapies. And by the other side, we have Lluís Pareras, that is the founder and the manager partner of In Vivo Capital, Venture Capital, and Matthias Olsten from EUCOD, from the Confederation of Pharmaceutical Entrepreneurs, that is also having a strong support, trying to guarantee the access of the patients to these therapies. Okay, and just to start and to make the discussion very focused in what we are talking about, we would like to start showing which will be the tendencies on this sector. When we talk about advanced therapies, we talk about cell therapy, gene therapy, and tissue engineering. But maybe, Lluís, you can start sharing with us from the perspective of the investors, which do you think that are the tendencies in the sector, or what's happening and what's moving on this area? Please, Lluís.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. Thank you for your kind introduction. And indeed, what a privilege to share this roundtable with such talented colleagues. I will start by, let me just, to set the tone, say what a privilege it is as well to work investing in advanced therapies. This is a space with such a fast pace, I mean, a remarkable speed of progress, remarkable scientists and individuals working here. I'm surrounded all the time by them, and it feels really like a privilege. As all technologies or fields that have a great delta on the patient, meaning that have such great outcomes, this space will follow 3 simple rules, just as a starter. First, they're very simple, but nevertheless, I want to focus on them because I think they are important. Rule number 1, demand will increase. We will treat more and more patients over time. Rule number 2, costs will go down. We will find ways of producing cheaper and cheaper. We will find ways of giving this faster and faster. And finally, of course, the rhythm of innovation. I mean, we will witness remarkable innovations, and it is that what I want to focus right now. I'm going to try to explain what we see. And by the way, probably is what we see is not exactly the same as the regulatory agencies see, like Sol, and I'm really looking forward to the debate because what we see is very early stage. We see crazy scientists with super innovative technologies. Sometimes they get to the clinic, some other times they fail, but we are trying to support them all, right? So I will separate between cell and gene therapies because I think the trends are a little bit different. In cell therapy, if I may start with that, trend number 1, I have my list here, not to forget any single one. Trend number 1 would be, we will go beyond for example, in CAR Ts, we'll go beyond the T cells, of course. We're seeing more cells now coming. Of course, we are already treating with NKs, gamma deltas, macrophages, monocytes, you name it. Almost every cell that can play a role in the immune system could be engineered, right? But what I think it's important, we will start seeing right now combinations of cells as well. Therapies that combine cells, we're starting to see things like that. Trend number 2 would be, for me, synthetic biology is coming to the field with such a violence. I mean, it's going to be so intertwined. And this begs the question, probably we will debate later. But for example, what do we do with IP? Many people own just a little piece of the action, right? Like BioBricks, and nobody owns the whole thing. And it's getting increasingly difficult to have the freedom to operate that we need. Number 3, there will still be competition among the different modalities. For example, in CAR Ts, I don't know, autologous versus allogeneic versus in vivo or iPSCs, whatever. But it is not really a competition, is it? I mean, because I think every discipline will have its place in the sense that could benefit specific groups of patients, right? But we compete here, of course, in potency, persistence, efficacy, safety, patient journey, costs, etc. And investors, we need to set the puzzle just to see what will come next, right? And I wonder as well, and I'm dying to ask you Sol later on in the debate, what do you think, for example, about this black box issuing now to the class of CAR Ts with the oncogenicity worries? We'll debate probably later, but I think it's going to be very interesting. We will see evolving indications. It all started with oncology, of course, hemato-oncology, more precisely. We will move, well, by the way, in hemato-oncology, the results are extraordinary. I mean, what we are seeing in patients, the benefit that we cause to patients is extraordinary. We will move, of course, to solid tumors. Careful here, because solid tumors are not that easy. I think we need to understand much better tumor microenvironment, and we need to understand many things in order for it to work. Many of you know, in my prior life, I used to be a neurosurgeon before jumping into the dark side of venture capital, right? And the first solid tumor, in my opinion, that will be tackled, I think it's glioblastoma, because precisely it is not that solid, you know? I mean, CAR Ts find difficulty in entering, for example, tumors that are very, very solid, like pancreatic tumor, but not glioblastomas, which is like a fluid. I've operated myself hundreds of them, and I can tell you it is not a solid tumor. But these, from solid tumors, will move as well to autoimmune. We will move then to fibrotic diseases. We'll move to senescence, aging, infectious diseases, you name it. But further applications are coming, and this begs the question, of course, about the risk-benefit. It may be different in different modalities, and this will need, I mean, different modalities will probably have different safety requirements according to that. We'll see as well going from third-line treatments to second-line to first-line treatments. I think this will move over time there, and we will see fast improvements in the speed at which we can do, for example, the vein-to-vein in the modalities that need this vein-to-vein, right? We will see how it decreases speed really, really to be able to treat patients much, much faster, okay? And now, moving into the gene therapy space, another amazing space. As you know, we only invest in advanced therapies, so we try to keep track of all the trends. But here in gene therapy, of course, there's the issue. I mean, we're going to see movements from viral vectors to non-viral vectors, okay? Viral vectors, of course, I mean, to be really honest, I don't know what will happen with viral vectors, because I've changed my mind so many times across the years that, because we are science-driven, and of course we go where the science leads us, right? But I think they have had quite a few problems, several on holds, test trials, several deaths, DMD trials, several deaths as well. I think we're moving to LNPs and non-viral vectors, but then we have the problem of how to provide them with target-acquired specificity. Delivery is still an issue, and this is another trend. Delivery is still an issue, but scientists are working really hard to make it happen, and I think we will move from giving the gene therapy with an ubiquitous promoter, for example, to have promoters that are targeted to the organ, then promoters targeted to the cell, and we're going to increase specificity over time. That is important as well. Technology will evolve as well. It all started with gene therapy, then we moved to gene editing with CRISPRs, zinc fingers, etc. Now we're moving as well to gene writing and then epigenome editing, RNA editing, RNA therapies. What I want to convey is this speed that this sector has that is so accelerating. Of course, we'll move as well another trend from the easier indications going to the liver, and we will go then to heart, CNS, renal, and then ultimately to the whole body with muscle, which is particularly difficult, right? But I think very interesting strategies are coming, and then we'll try to get rid of the cargo size limitation. We have a wonderful company in our portfolio, Integra, for example, that tries to solve the cargo size in order to be able to cure genetic diseases on a mutation-independent way, regardless of the mutation, right? I'm finishing, just a couple more. Maybe this is not interesting. The field is so exciting, but this begs the question, and with that I'm going to finish. And probably one of the speakers that could be more entitled to answer the question is precisely our moderator, because you are here moderating us, but I think this question, you are super expert in that. But this begs the question, are we ready, are we prepared to offer to society at scale these advanced therapies? Because they need production, they need many, many things. European level, Spain level, Catalan level, are we ready there yet to treat patients at scale? Meaning, because demand is going to go. What people don't understand is that technologies that at first are very expensive and they are used not very often, right? But this will change dramatically, and advanced therapies will become mainstream, and we need to be prepared with the right infrastructure. But I'm sure we can debate this later. Some of my points I will wait until the debate to offer them. But
Thank you, Luis. I think that has been very exhaustive vision. So very, exciting, no? Because we have many options, many treatments, many opportunities. Focus on that. I answered to your question very briefly. I think that we are extremely ready. We can be more ready. Maybe we need better organization and better communication between the different stakeholders in that. I think that there are different initiatives from different ministries and from different initiatives even at Catalan level that are working on that. But I think that we are ready. At the moment, I can say that there is no treatment that cannot be reached because of this capacity and that. And probably we need to focus in preparing the full pathway, no, with all the barriers that we can work on. But I think that we are ready, and we are working to be even more ready. But I would like to place the voice to Sol in order to know if what Luis was saying, it is at the same level when these options reach the table of the regulator for revision and that, if you are in the same stage on that.
Certainly. No, thank you. Thanks very much, Esteve. Thanks for inviting me to be here this morning, and thanks for the very nice introduction, Luis. I cannot agree more. We are living exciting times. It's really fascinating to think about, all the new therapies that are coming. And well, I think we already have some advanced therapy medicinal products on the market. Patients are being treated. Some have been more successful than others. There are many challenges, as you have mentioned, for patients to have access to those available treatments, and that is something that we would need to work on. From a regulatory point of view, what we've been already saying for many, many years is if you're a scientist, if you're a company, if you're thinking or have already started developing an advanced therapy medicinal product, is come as early as possible to talk to the regulators. I think all over the European Union, I mean, a great effort has been made through the years to have this early contact and dialogue with research groups or companies in order to facilitate and speed up all the development process. So as you probably have heard, there is already for many years this initiative at the European Medicines Agency called PRIME, for priority medicines. And the idea is to have a very early and continuous dialogue with the developers of advanced, not only advanced therapies, for all medicinal products that are targeting an unmet medical need and have initial promising results. So, and through this sort of strategy, several advanced therapy medicinal products have already been authorized. And that is, continuous work, and how we can improve that interaction is something that the agencies are working on. And at the Spanish level, also we have the Innovation Office. We're open to any meetings as considered necessary by researchers, companies. This is meetings that we take frequently as needed. And also our goal is to facilitate the development, to make all the studies as efficient as possible, to generate the data, to get to a marketing or to an authorization so patients can benefit from it. So we are always open to any kind of dialogue. Again, all these meetings are either face-to-face or virtual meetings, no fee, so they are for free, and we're looking forward, because also for us as agencies, I mean, it's very good to know what is coming and to have this kind of interaction. So again, agree with you, Luis, on many products that are coming, and we just got in December last year the first product, genetically modified cells using genome editing, CRISPR-Cas. So that's already.
I can tell you firsthand that they really help. So thank you.
Sorry?
I can tell the audience firsthand that you really help.
Okay.
I
We'll
think
be
that
happy to.
One interesting conclusion of what you are saying, Sol, as Luis was saying, is that this is working in Spain quite well, and maybe encouraging everybody that is working at the research stages for some ideas and that to interact with the agency in the early stages, because it saves a lot of misunderstandings and also work that should be reworked, no? Because it's not fulfilling what is expected from the regulatory point of view. But just to go ahead, because we have some constraints of time, I don't know if Joanna or Matthias wants to add something on tendencies. Otherwise, we will go to what are the challenges that maybe, but feel free if you want to say something or, okay. And then, Matthias, you are working strongly just to guarantee the access of the patients, providing a lot of support to a lot of companies as director of policy officers and code and that. Which do you think that are the new challenges or the main barriers? No, we start talking about barriers. Which are the main problems that you need to solve to guarantee this access of the patients to the treatment?
Thank you very much, Esteve. And I just need to check my time first before I go into the barriers, so I don't eat up all of it. No, I think currently, as everyone is aware, there are a lot of revisions happening now in Brussels. A lot of new ideas for legislation coming out of the European Commission, and as Joyce, you beautifully laid out what the future will look like. We need that legislative framework at the European level to deliver on that, to make sure that patients in the end can benefit from these therapies. So I'll try to speak to just a few things that we see. So one is the revision of the general pharmaceutical legislation. It's the largest revision in now 20, 30 years or something almost. It hasn't been looked at for a long time. And here we do have an opportunity now to clarify some things, for example, with regards to how do hospital exemptions work, and what we need to really make sure that we don't do here is make sure that we don't have dual pathways. So we support companies going through the regulatory pathway for approval with the European Medicines Agency, and that we of course make sure that we uphold the strong quality and safety features of that pathways, but at the same time make sure that in the cases where there is no therapy, no ATMP that has received a marketing authorization on the market, or that cannot meet the needs of an individual patient, in that case, a hospital exemption, of course, should be available to produce an alternative for that patient in the hospital setting. So I think that's really important, but what's needed here is to provide that clarity, to send the right clarity to everyone, including the investors as well, that are investing in these products, make sure that these products will reach the right patients and that there is an adequate return for developing those therapies. If not, we will not be able to draw benefit from all of this important research that is happening. So I think that's one very important feature of the revision of the legislation.
Can I interrupt you? Because I think that our two other panelists are also experts on hospital exemption, and I think that maybe it's more useful to finish the topic of hospital exemption before going to the next one.
I can even take a step back and provide just a brief explanation on the legal challenges that we face on these therapies, and one of them is exactly the hospital exemption. But when developers and companies that want to place or to provide advanced therapies in the market, we need to think of a lot of legislations across European level and then, of course, going back to national level. The first one I would raise is the regulation, the European regulation on advanced therapies, where we have a centralized procedure for a medicinal product that will receive an authorization by the EMA. So it's a similar, I would say, from a conceptual perspective to other medicinal products. And then we have the hospital exemption also foreseen in this regulation. It is foreseen here, but in fact is to be implemented at local level, and I think that's where most of, well, not most, but some issues arise. This is a procedure in the non-routine basis, to be applied on a non-routine basis under a healthcare professional responsibility and for an individual patient. This is very briefly. So in order to apply this therapy, we don't need to have a centralized authorization. We don't need a marketing authorization. That doesn't mean, of course, in thinking about the patients, that on a country level, authorities need to be worried about the safety of the patient and all the quality and traceability of these therapies. But the truth is that I think that is not happening in an harmonized way all over Europe. So we have countries, and I think Spain is a very good example of that, where these safety and quality issues are in fact taken into account. But we have other countries where we don't need to have good manufacturing practice at the hospital level. We don't have any clinical evidence in foregoing of the therapy. So there is a lack of transparency, which I think this is something that the new EU package wants to bring. In member states, at least communicating and having a centralized information of what is happening across UE member states, so that we don't have, thinking about the patients, of course, on the first hand, different situations, but also from an industry perspective, it also brings some different stages here. So this is the regulation that we need to think of first when speaking about advanced therapies, but we also very briefly need to look at others, like Tissues and Cells Directive. So in most cases, we are using cells and tissues from patients or donors, and we need to make sure that the traceability requirements, licensing requirements, safety requirements. We have also to think of the blood director whenever blood is a starting material in these products. We then also have the genetically modified organisms that are usually in the retroviral vaccines and medicines. And this is also something that we hope will bring some clarity with the new package legislation in order to have a centralized procedure, especially in clinical trials. We also need to think about the manufacturing procedures of the advanced cell therapies. We need to comply with GMP. We have decentralized manufacturing in these specific types of medicine. So that's something that, yeah.
Let me interrupt you, and then we can continue with other legislative challenges. And just to close the topic of hospital exemption, as I think that the four of us are very involved in the discussions with the Parliament and with the Commission on that, but the Spanish model is taken as a model, no, on that. What do you think, Sol, about which will be the success or not in this harmonization of hospital exemption? And I think that Joanna and Matthias explained quite well the topic, but if you want to reinforce some ideas.
Yeah, no, very briefly, thank you. Yeah, I fully agree with you. I mean, probably we need more transparency, we need additional information, but also it's like, I mean, I think hospital exemption, if I remember correctly, there are many countries in the EU who have not even implemented hospital exemption. So it's only very few countries, and it's true that there is no harmonization, between those countries. And as you mentioned, I think it is critical, and that's the model that Spain took. That is, GMP are necessary, even if it's a hospital, follow-up efficacy and safety. And the model that we established, it was to, you have authorization to use the product, but we review every year the data, patients treated, and then after 3 years, we reconsider that use authorization. So I think that is obviously a very good model. We don't know what the final view of the European Commission will be on this. I mean, I've heard that in some cases it's like, oh, well, that one possibility would be that hospital exemption would not be sort of allowed when an equivalent of product for the same indication is authorized. Personally, I think that would be a mistake because marketing authorization, as we know, even for biotechnological products, doesn't mean access. So there are many countries and patients in the EU who do not get access even to biotech products. So I think let's consider case by case, and let's not establish, a very tight rules in advance. Let's see what happens, and it's something that we can reconsider, after 5 or 10 years of, the exercise.
Thank you. So I think one of the challenges with sort of making a hospital exemption product equal to that has gone through the pathway for central approval is that, well, there's a lot of research, the whole mechanism behind there that has gone to developing that product and taking it through the EMA process, and now it would be creating a dual system where the EMA, which is really meant to be the safeguard for safety and efficacy in Europe for these types of products, is no longer always holding that role. So that should be fine, but that product should also then have a centralized, there is a pathway with centralized approvals that product could go through if it's then meant to serve such a high number of patients. So there is already the pathway. Let's not undermine that pathway in any ways. And, when we talk about access, you're very right. It is very complicated. And even if there is not a product there, or just by allowing patients to go into clinical trials, for example, for an ATMP that is still under development, that is still access for those patients. So even if there isn't an authorized product, so we need to make sure that we strengthen that pathway so that patients across Europe can have access and not undermine it.
Yeah, and just to complement on that, I wanted to remind us all how important hospital exemption has been to foster innovation. In our hospitals, we have several companies in this space. Giala from Hospital Clinic. Hospital Clinic has been leading this space since a lot of time ago, and they are incredible. And they did what they did because they had as a tool the hospital exemption. It is true it will evolve, but let's be mindful of how we change it, because it could it could prevent the rhythm of innovation that this space had. And of course, it is a bit messy because every country has its own rules, and that adds to the confusion, right? And to the messiness. But careful, don't change that too much, because I think we need it in order to improve innovation.
I think that we can do an entire session
Yes.
about hospital exemption, but we need to change the
I
topic
just need
otherwise.
to defend our part here. You know.
Matthias, I give your voice back to continue with the challenges. We stop in the first one.
Thank you very much, Esteve. I'll try to be brief. I think the next challenge that we see with a revision of the general pharmaceutical legislation is this idea to reduce the incentives that companies receive for exactly conducting these trials and taking them to their centralized pathway for approval, and then giving them back if the product is launched in all 27 member states within a given time frame. Now, there are several challenges there for many reasons. One of them, I represent a small to mid-sized companies, and if you look at a smaller company, for example, they don't always have the same resources in terms of bringing that product to the market. It's very, very challenging to go to 27 different member states and provide the data that they need on the patient populations that they are interested in, because every healthcare system is different and it is a member state's competence. So solving that at the EU level is not necessarily the right approach by going with these conditional incentives. For ATMPs, it becomes even more difficult because you don't necessarily have those patient populations everywhere, or you don't have centers for administering the therapies. So I think that needs some rethinking. If any of the panelists wants to come in on that. If not, happy to move on to the next. I think this is both a challenge and an opportunity. We see it as an opportunity. That is the new EU HTA procedure.
Okay, I wanted Joanna and Matthias to share with the audience something related with the intellectual protection, the patents, as well as the cost and the difficulties for reimbursement, or the potential difficulties of for these therapies on the health systems, and that related with the cost. That also you easily introduced the topic of first lines instead of third lines, of decreasing the cost, or maybe Joanna, and then we can...
And still in this topic that Matthias was on, the regulatory data protection, which is very important for all developers and for all pharmaceutical companies, but very in particular to advanced therapies. Because apart from the patient protection that goes back to the discovery of the therapy of something very early stage, we have this period, the regulatory data protection, that right now is still granted 8 years plus 2 and 1, which is the period in which generics and biosimilars cannot access them, cannot ask for a marketing authorization. So during that period, the developers, the companies have the right to market exclusivity their product. And this is we'll say now, this is an 8-year granted, so companies can rely and can define strategies, business decisions on developing strategies for the commercialization based on this 8, which will be up to 11 years. And one hot topic that is under discussion with the new pharmaceutical package is the reduction of this period to 6 years, based on the ways to improve access, to better improve access to patients. But my point, or I think one very discussable topic here, is that this is a granted. We can count on, developers can count with 6 years on the data protection, but in order to have additional 2, they will need to make the product available in the 27 member states, which it is very difficult. And I think one of the difficulties is exactly when we discuss at the national level the pricing and reimbursement procedures. And so I think this also has a very direct impact and will have in advanced therapies, because this new medicines is not the healthcare system on health technologies are not thought to these types of medicines. This is a one cure and could have a great impact in the patients, in the caregivers, in the society as a whole, but it has a very high upfront price. So we will probably need to change culturally the way we assess investment in order to be able to have a 2 years availability in all the member states. So that's why I think this balance needs to be better evaluated how we're going to end up.
But Joanna, I think that with the table, we place to the audience that probably are less familiar with the topic, one of the strong discussions. We have a product that is not like the rest of pharmaceutical products, like a chemical molecule, for instance, that is even having some logistics problems, as you mentioned at the beginning. And we have the proposal for reduction of the protection for 6 years, unless you make the product accessible. And Sol was saying that having a product authorized by centralized authorization doesn't mean access to the patients. No? And I think that that's one of the hot topics with advanced therapies and the new pharmaceutical regulation, because someone decide that advanced therapies are in the pharmaceutical frame, and then it's what we are. So maybe.
No, I agree, and that is something that we need to balance. But this discussion is reminding me about another discussion that we had many years ago when biosimilars came to the market, and the first biosimilars. I remember hearing many companies saying, this is a disaster, this is going to be the end of innovation, there will be no products because of the competition. And we have seen actually the opposite, more innovation and more accessibility to patients to very good treatments, early access, like biological treatments that were used before in second, third line, now are becoming the first option because we have more products and the price is cheaper. So in the end, patients win, healthcare systems win, and I think the innovation is still there. So I agree with the concerns, but we have to balance both.
Yeah, if I may, I share Sol's opinion as well. I think when I hear about the balance, I always think about this concept, this invisible hand that puts things into place, right? It was Adam Smith in the 18th century that said, look, even if we don't regulate, costs will increasingly go down. It is true that they are very expensive at the moment, but costs will go down. The super ultra leading edge will still go up, but then it balances itself, and I'm very optimistic on how these technologies will unfold into society.
Matthias, from the point of view of your confederation, what we can do in order to allow that the products that are really authorized by the European Medicine Agency will be accessible in all Europe and some pricing will be provided, no? Because we know, even in Spain, that we have a list of products that has been approved by centralized authorization that are not available, no? Because the system don't provide a price, or the health system in the analysis of efficiency, cost benefit, they don't consider to be inside. We can do something, because I understand that your confederation is working strongly on that.
No, absolutely. I think there are solutions, and Sol, first I have to agree. Just because there's marketing authorization doesn't mean it's necessarily available. If there is a product available, then that product should, of course, be prescribed to the patient. No, there are absolutely ways to manage this. We have seen this already, that some member states have started implementing so-called outcome-based models or pay-for-performance models for these types of products. So, of course, if you have a large price tag on a product and you have a claim about what value it is going to bring to the patient and to the healthcare systems,
but
then
careful here, because they super perform these therapies. I mean, I am a strong believer precisely in paying for success, but in this space precisely, in hemato-oncology, at least, for example, using CAR-Ts, I mean, it is super. The outcome on patients is typically very good. So
absolutely, and well, personally, I believe that's something that we should reward, and that's something that we should pay for, because that is really driving our healthcare systems to becoming, delivering better outcomes for patients. That's what I see as an investment. No, absolutely, and I think you alluded to it. So when we think about these pay-for-performance models, it needs to be agreed up front. What are you going to reward? So it needs to be agreed up front. But there should also be an element there of data collection as well to bridge any evidence gaps that might have been there at the time of marketing authorization. Because as you said, if it's a one-off treatment, for example, then you need to better understand how that impacts healthcare spending, which would have typically been spent on a chronic caring for a chronic disease, for example.
Joanna, do you want to add something on that?
Yeah, I think this will be one of the major challenge, the effective access to patient, and that's also something Matthias was mentioning. That one thing is to have a marketing authorization on a centralized procedure where the agencies will most look at the effectiveness and the safety and the quality of the product, and then what we now need to think is in models to the patients effectively access the product, and there's a pricing issue, of course, and this is something that all the players need to think of, and in the long term, because I think one of the major changes here in comparison to the traditional medicinal products is the long-term effect. So if you have a cure, you will have long-term savings in productivity, in healthcare systems. So I think the system needs to think differently, and we all the players need to think on a different perspective.
Absolutely. We are very late, but maybe I would like the four of you to send to the audience the last key message to take home in this area. What do you think that we need to focus? What's the people that are here, entrepreneurs, hospitals, scientific biotechs?
Yeah. No, again, I think we live in exciting times from a research point of view, from a healthcare point of view, and again, from the agencies. We are always open and willing to establish a dialogue as soon as possible with researchers, so companies, to try to speed up the development and make it more efficient so we can all benefit from it, because in the end, one day or another, we will be patients.
Great. Joanna.
Yes, I think it's more than obvious that we faced with advanced therapies, regulatory, R&D, manufacturing issues. So I think it's very important for all players to come together, medical institutions, manufacturers, industry, authorities, in order to make the access possible to patients.
Great. Luis, please.
Well, my last words would be for the scientists. I mean, I encourage them to keep being bold and moving forward. We have extraordinary clinical needs to solve yet, and I think these new tools provide us with an immense opportunity to solve diseases that are very, very challenging. I encourage scientists to use synthetic biology, logic gates, new cell functionalities, if then else as well. I mean, we're going to see very, very good outcomes in the near future. I share the vision of all the panel that these are really exciting times.
Great. And Matthias, last but not least.
Well, I think we need a predictable legal framework for sure. We need to see healthcare spending as not a cost, but as an investment, which was very clear during the pandemic, and now we're forgetting it a little bit. And finally, I hope that we can support those early dialogues, which Sol mentioned, and especially now with this new EU-HTA procedure, where some of this, the HTA assessment will be done jointly at the EU level. We know there will be limited slots for having those conversations. We need to properly resource that so all developers will have the chance to have those discussions early.
Okay. Thank you to all panelists for these really interesting discussions, and thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
And thanks to the audience for the attention.
Thank you.
So much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks to all five for clarifying such difficult aspect in our health system. Now it's time for a break. We have a network time, and for those who are here, obviously, tenim un temps generós de pausa. Tornarem a les 11:45, així que podem aprofitar per fer preguntes perquè realment no tenim temps durant les sessions. Ja tenim l'informe disponible, el podeu accedir a través de la web de BioCat o a les vostres acreditacions hi ha un codi QR, o sigui que ja el teniu tot en obert perquè el pugueu veure, mirar i compartir. Esteu una bona estona compartint i ens trobem a les 11:45 en aquest escenari.
Este es nuestro libro de texto. Esta es nuestra biblioteca de consulta. Este es nuestro salón de conferencias. Este es nuestro laboratorio de investigación. Los conocimientos que nos llevarán a entender mejor algunas de las enfermedades más perjudiciales del mundo se encuentran archivados en nuestra biología. Están escritos en nuestro ADN. En Ángel somos tanto alumnos como profesores de la biología humana. Antes de atacar una enfermedad, nuestros investigadores la estudian de cerca para entender sus mecanismos, para observar los sutiles cambios del cuerpo, tanto dentro como fuera. Somos expertos siempre alerta en busca de la información que puede transformar vidas. Durante décadas, Ángel ha adquirido una amplia experiencia en biotecnología, dominando el complejo arte y ciencia que conlleva la creación de nuevos medicamentos mediante el uso de células vivas. Y actualmente, gracias a la información genética sin precedentes disponible a gran escala y a herramientas analíticas sofisticadas, estamos atando cabos entre el ADN y la enfermedad, lo cual nos permite abordar el desarrollo de nuevas y prometedoras medicinas con un mayor entendimiento. Trabajamos para cambiar el rumbo del cáncer y la enfermedad cardiovascular, principales causas de mortalidad en el mundo actual. Nuestro objetivo consiste en ayudar a más personas que padecen enfermedades físicas incapacitantes y proporcionamos tratamientos críticos para las enfermedades óseas y otras de carácter grave. En Ángel observamos, examinamos y comprobamos, y si nos quedamos cortos, nos reorganizamos, nos volvemos a plantear el problema y lo abordamos de nuevo. Y en los días en que damos en el blanco, la enfermedad sufre otro duro golpe. La humanidad da otro paso adelante. Luego volvemos al trabajo buscando las respuestas que se encuentran en lo más profundo de nosotros mismos. Las respuestas se encuentran dentro de nosotros.
A benchmark firm in international legal practice, built up over more than a century by all the people that have been part of its history. Cuatro Casas is excellence. Thanks to the talent, effort and teamwork of its professionals, Cuatro Casas leads in Spain, Portugal and Latin America, covering all areas of business law and assisting clients in different jurisdictions. Cuatro Casas is proximity, advising with a global approach and the best local teams to offer advice tailored to the needs of each client and situation. Cuatro Casas is legal innovation, constantly developing and transforming its services, its talent management and development, and its work models. Cuatro Casas goes beyond legal practice, supporting good corporate governance, law students, highly complex legal tech startups, and taking care of its surroundings. Cuatro Casas.
We are proud to be a global healthcare group that is dedicated to serving patients in areas with high unmet needs. But what makes us move forward towards our purpose? At Esteve, we promote a safe, diverse, and inclusive environment. That is our commitment to our employees. No matter where you come from or what your role is at Esteve, we work on activities that inspire our employees to better reflect our culture and values, what we do, and how we do things. We work for health and well-being by being transparent, taking accountability for our actions, and doing things the right way. A way of life united by one purpose. To be true to our purpose, we have set ourselves a vision become an international specialty pharmaceutical company. We target diseases that affect a small number of patients with significant unmet needs and opportunities to which we can contribute. Our formula for success lies in the combination of an agile and flexible innovation structure. Our presence with pharmaceutical affiliates in 6 European countries and a CMO business that develops and manufactures specialty active pharmaceutical ingredients for third-party scale. Both activities work together with a single focus. The patient is always at the center. Working to improve people's lives is a privilege and also a great responsibility. We are committed to caring for the health of people, and that means also caring for the environment. And our sustainability strategy acts as a compass. We make sure that all decisions we take are driven by environmental, social, and corporate governance criteria to give greater significance to our purpose of improving people's lives and, by extension, the environment in which we live. After a century of taking care of people's health, the desire to cure and relieve still justifies our effort and leads us into a promising future. Esteve, advancing health together.
La ciència, en els darrers anys, ha demostrat encara més el seu valor, pel que està capaç de fer, també per tot allò que encara ha de fer per a aquells que més ens importen. Per als pacients que continuen esperant un tractament com la Maria, per als pacients que continuen esperant un tractament més accessible com la Berta, o els pacients que simplement esperen el seu i el de més, veritat, Miquel? Per a tots ells és vital continuar empenyent la ciència. I només ho podem fer d'una manera, transformant-la, millorant-la, per poder invertir més, per poder investigar més ràpid i millor. Amb recursos, esclar, però també col·laborant més amb investigadors, amb centres hospitalaris, amb institucions i amb els pacients. Fa molt de temps que som la companyia que inverteix més en investigació del món i ara ens transformem per invertir encara més en allò que més importa. Roche. Més i més de. Més tu.
Este es nuestro libro de texto. Esta es nuestra biblioteca de consulta. Este es nuestro salón de conferencias. Este es nuestro laboratorio de investigación. Los conocimientos que nos llevarán a entender mejor algunas de las enfermedades más perjudiciales del mundo se encuentran archivados en nuestra biología. Están escritos en nuestro ADN. En ADN somos tanto alumnos como profesores de la biología humana. Antes de atacar una enfermedad, nuestros investigadores la estudian de cerca para entender sus mecanismos, para observar los sutiles cambios del cuerpo, tanto dentro como fuera. Somos expertos siempre alerta en busca de la información que puede transformar vidas. Durante décadas, Angen ha adquirido una amplia experiencia en biotecnología, dominando el complejo arte y ciencia que conlleva la creación de nuevos medicamentos mediante el uso de células vivas. Y actualmente, gracias a la información genética sin precedentes disponible a gran escala y a herramientas analíticas más sofisticadas, estamos atando cabos entre el ADN y la enfermedad, lo cual nos permite abordar el desarrollo de nuevas y prometedoras medicinas con un mayor entendimiento. Trabajamos para cambiar el rumbo del cáncer y la enfermedad cardiovascular, principales causas de mortalidad en el mundo actual. Nuestro objetivo consiste en ayudar a más personas que padecen enfermedades físicas incapacitantes y proporcionamos tratamientos críticos para las enfermedades óseas y otras de carácter grave. En Angen, observamos, examinamos y comprobamos, y si nos quedamos cortos, nos reorganizamos, nos volvemos a plantear el problema y lo abordamos de nuevo. Y en los días en que damos en el blanco, la enfermedad sufre otro duro golpe. La humanidad da otro paso adelante. Luego, volvemos al trabajo buscando las respuestas que se encuentran en lo más profundo de nosotros mismos. Angen, las respuestas se encuentran dentro de nosotros.
A benchmark firm in international legal practice, built up over more than a century by all the people that have been part of its history. Quatre Casas is excellence, thanks to the talent, effort and teamwork of its professionals. Quatre Casas leads in Spain, Portugal and Latin America, covering all areas of business law and assisting clients in different jurisdictions. Quatre Casas is proximity, advising with a global approach and the best local teams to offer advice tailored to the needs of each client and situation. Quatre Casas is legal innovation, constantly developing and transforming its services, its talent management and development, and its work models. Quatre Casas goes beyond legal practice, supporting good corporate governance, law students, highly complex legal tech startups, and taking care of its surroundings. Quatre Casas.
We are proud to be a global healthcare group that is dedicated to serving patients in areas with high unmet needs. But what makes us move forward towards our purpose? At Esteve, we promote a safe, diverse, and inclusive environment. That is our commitment to our employees. No matter where you come from or what your role is at Esteve, we work on activities that inspire our employees to better reflect our culture and values in what we do and how we do things. We work for health and well-being by being transparent, taking accountability for our actions, and doing things the right way. A way of life, united by one purpose. To be true to our purpose, we have set ourselves a vision to become an international specialty pharmaceutical company. We target diseases that affect a small number of patients with significant unmet needs and opportunities to which we can contribute. Our formula for success lies in the combination of an agile and flexible innovation structure. Our presence with pharmaceutical affiliates in 6 European countries and a CMO business that develops and manufactures specialty active pharmaceutical ingredients for third-party scale. Both activities work together with a single focus. The patient is always at the center. Working to improve people's lives is a privilege and also a great responsibility. We are committed to caring for the health of people, and that means also caring for the environment. And our sustainability strategy acts as a compass. We make sure that all decisions we take are driven by environmental, social, and corporate governance criteria to give greater significance to our purpose of improving people's lives and, by extension, the environment in which we live. After a century of taking care of people's health, the desire to cure and relieve still justifies our effort and leads us into a promising future. Esteve, advancing health together.
La ciència, en els darrers anys, ha demostrat encara més el seu valor pel que ha estat capaç de fer, però també per tot allò que encara ha de fer per a aquells que més ens importen. Per als pacients que continuen esperant un tractament com la Maria, per als pacients que continuen esperant un tractament més accessible, com la Berta, o els pacients que simplement esperen el seu i el de ningú més. Veritat, Miquel? Per a tots ells, és vital continuar empenyent la ciència. I només ho podem fer d'una manera, transformant-la, millorant-la, per poder invertir més, per poder investigar més ràpid i millor, amb més recursos, esclar, però també col·laborant amb investigadors, amb centres hospitalaris, amb institucions i amb pacients. Fa molt de temps que som la companyia que inverteix més en investigació del món i ara ens transformem per invertir encara més en allò que més importa. Roche. Més i més de, més tu.
Catalonia is breathing, living, enjoying, thinking differently, standing out, driving the future. Catalonia is health, innovation and competitiveness. And home to a first-class health and life sciences ecosystem. The BioRegion of Catalonia. The BioRegion of Catalonia is one of the leading health innovation hubs in Europe and a beacon ecosystem in Spain. An ecosystem that continues to grow year after year thanks to the international competitiveness of its top university hospitals, cutting-edge research centres, infrastructures and a large number of startups and long-standing industry players. The BioRegion is also a hub for generation, attraction and retention of talent and offers a very attractive conditions for international investment. In 2023, the activity of the BioRegion continued to drive the economic and social development of Catalonia, accounting for near 8% of Catalan GDP and 6.5% of active employment, consolidating itself as a hotspot for foreign investment, innovation centres and hubs of multinational corporations. Catalonia is health, innovation, competitiveness and talent. A pool of high qualified teams and talent able to build projects, startups and scale-ups that break records of investment and keep scaling up the ecosystem each year. Finance raised by operations mainly in collaboration with national and international investors from Europe, US and Asia, highlighting the competitiveness of the ecosystem, as well as the global network of investors based in Barcelona. The BioRegion of Catalonia is committed to the present to build the future. Because it is one of the most digitalized healthcare systems in Europe, and it is driving a national artificial intelligence strategy with the aim of creating a facilitating environment for health innovation, prioritizing prevention, leading the implementation of AI solutions, and contributing to the improvement of healthcare attention, delivery, and sustainability. Because it is among the global leaders in clinical trials and development of new therapies and advanced therapies that will increase the access of patients to innovative treatments and personalized medicine. Because its science ranks in top positions for number and quality of publications and highly cited papers in Europe. Catalonia is health, is innovation, is competitiveness for us and for the world. Today and for the future.
Este es nuestro libro de texto. Esta es nuestra biblioteca de consulta. Este es nuestro salón de conferencias. Este es nuestro laboratorio de investigación. Los conocimientos que nos ayudarán a entender mejor algunas de las enfermedades más perjudiciales del mundo se encuentran archivados en nuestra biología. Están escritos en nuestro ADN. En Ángel somos tanto alumnos como profesores de la biología humana. Antes de atacar una enfermedad, nuestros investigadores la estudian de cerca para entender sus mecanismos, para observar los sutiles cambios del cuerpo, tanto dentro como fuera. Somos expertos siempre alerta en busca de la información que puede transformar vidas. Durante décadas, Ángel ha adquirido una amplia experiencia en biotecnología, dominando el complejo arte y ciencia que conlleva la creación de nuevos medicamentos mediante el uso de células vivas. Y actualmente, gracias a la información genética sin precedentes disponible a gran escala y a herramientas analíticas más sofisticadas, estamos atando cabos entre el ADN y la enfermedad, lo cual nos permite abordar el desarrollo de nuevas y prometedoras medicinas con un mayor entendimiento. Trabajamos para cambiar el rumbo del cáncer y la enfermedad cardiovascular, principales causas de mortalidad en el mundo actual. Nuestro objetivo consiste en ayudar a más personas que padecen enfermedades físicas incapacitantes y proporcionamos tratamientos críticos para las enfermedades óseas y otras de carácter grave. En Ángel observamos, examinamos y comprobamos, y si nos quedamos cortos, nos reorganizamos, nos volvemos a plantear el problema y lo abordamos de nuevo. Y en los días en que damos en el blanco, la enfermedad sufre otro duro golpe. La humanidad da otro paso adelante. Luego volvemos al trabajo buscando las respuestas que se encuentran en lo más profundo de nosotros mismos. Ángel, las respuestas se encuentran dentro de nosotros.
A benchmark firm in international legal practice, built up over more than a century by all the people that have been part of its history. Cuatro Casas is excellence. Thanks to the talent, effort and teamwork of its professionals, Cuatro Casas leads in Spain, Portugal and Latin America, covering all areas of business law and assisting clients in different jurisdictions. Cuatro Casas is proximity advice with a global approach and the best local teams to offer advice tailored to the needs of each client and situation. Cuatro Casas is legal innovation, constantly developing and transforming its services, its talent management and development, and its work models. Cuatro Casas goes beyond legal practice, supporting good corporate governance, law students, highly complex legal tech startups, and taking care of its surroundings. Cuatro Casas.
We are proud to be a global healthcare group that is dedicated to serving patients in areas with high unmet needs. But what makes us move forward towards our purpose? At Esteve, we promote a safe, diverse, and inclusive environment. That is our commitment to our employees. No matter where you come from or what your role is at Esteve, we work on activities that inspire our employees to better reflect our culture and values in what we do and how we do things. We work for health and well-being by being transparent, taking accountability for our actions, and doing things the right way. A way of life, united by one purpose. To be true to our purpose, we have set ourselves a vision to become an international specialty pharmaceutical company. We target diseases that affect a smaller number of patients with significant unmet needs and opportunities to which we can contribute. Our formula for success lies in the combination of an agile and flexible innovation structure. Our presence with pharmaceutical affiliates in 6 European countries and a CMO business that develops and manufactures specialty active pharmaceutical ingredients at third-party scale. Both activities work together with a single focus. The patient is always at the center. Working to improve people's lives is a privilege and also a great responsibility. We are committed to caring for the health of people, and that means also caring for the environment. And our sustainability strategy acts as a compass. We make sure that all decisions we take are driven by environmental, social, and corporate governance criteria of greater significance to our purpose of improving people's lives and, by extension, the environment in which we live. After a century of taking care of people's health, the desire to cure and relieve still justifies our effort and leads us into a promising future. Esteve, advancing health together.
La ciència, en els darrers anys, ha demostrat encara més el seu valor, pel que ha estat capaç de fer, però també per tot allò que encara ha de fer per a aquells que més ens importen. Per als pacients que continuen esperant un tractament com la Maria, per als pacients que continuen esperant un tractament més accessible, com la Berta, o els pacients que simplement esperen el seu i el més. Veritat, Miquel? Per a tots ells és vital continuar empenyent la ciència. I només ho podem fer d'una manera, transformant-la, millorant-la, per poder invertir més, per poder investigar més ràpid i millor, amb més recursos, esclar, però també col·laborant més amb investigadors, amb centres hospitalaris, amb institucions i amb els pacients. Fa molt de temps que som la companyia que inverteix més en investigació del món i ara ens transformem per invertir encara més en allò que més importa. Roche. Més i més de, més tu.
Hola, torno a ser el senyor de Zoom. Testing, testing, testing Zoom.
Este es nuestro libro de texto. Esta es nuestra biblioteca de consulta. Este es nuestro salón de conferencias. Este es nuestro laboratorio de investigación. Los conocimientos que nos llevarán a entender mejor algunas de las enfermedades más perjudiciales del mundo se encuentran archivados en nuestra biología. Están escritos en nuestro ADN. En Angen somos tanto alumnos como profesores de la biología humana. Antes de atacar una enfermedad, nuestros investigadores la estudian de cerca para entender sus mecanismos, para observar los sutiles cambios del cuerpo, tanto dentro como fuera. Somos expertos siempre alerta en busca de la información que puede transformar vidas. Durante décadas, Angen ha adquirido una amplia experiencia en biotecnología, dominando el complejo arte y ciencia que conlleva la creación de nuevos medicamentos mediante el uso de células vivas. Y actualmente, gracias a la información genética sin precedentes disponible a gran escala y a herramientas analíticas más sofisticadas, estamos atando cabos entre el ADN y la enfermedad, lo cual nos permite abordar el desarrollo de nuevas y prometedoras medicinas con un mayor entendimiento. Trabajamos para cambiar el rumbo del cáncer y la enfermedad cardiovascular, principales causas de mortalidad en el mundo actual. Nuestro objetivo consiste en ayudar a más personas que padecen enfermedades físicas incapacitantes y proporcionamos tratamientos críticos para las enfermedades óseas y otras de carácter grave. En Angen observamos, examinamos y comprobamos, y si nos quedamos cortos, nos reorganizamos, nos volvemos a plantear el problema y lo abordamos de nuevo. Y en los días en que damos en el blanco, la enfermedad sufre otro duro golpe. La humanidad da otro paso adelante. Luego volvemos al trabajo buscando las respuestas que se encuentran en lo más profundo de nosotros mismos. Angen, las respuestas se encuentran dentro de nosotros.
A benchmark firm in international legal practice, built up over more than a century by all the people that have been part of its history. Cuatro Casas is excellence, thanks to the talent, effort and teamwork of its professionals. Cuatro Casas leads in Spain, Portugal and Latin America, covering all areas of business law and assisting clients in different jurisdictions. Cuatro Casas is proximity, advising with a global approach and the best local teams to offer advice tailored to the needs of each client and situation. Cuatro Casas is legal innovation, constantly developing and transforming its services, its talent management and development, and its work models. Cuatro Casas goes beyond legal practice, supporting good corporate governance, law students, highly complex legal tech startups, and taking care of its surroundings. Cuatro Casas.
We are proud to be a global healthcare group that is dedicated to serving patients in areas with high unmet needs. But what makes us move forward towards our purpose? At Esteve, we promote a safe, diverse, and inclusive environment. That is our commitment to our employees. No matter where you come from or what your role is at Esteve, we work on activities that inspire our employees to better reflect our culture and values in what we do and how we do things. We work for health and well-being by being transparent, taking accountability for our actions, and doing things the right way. A way of life, united by one purpose. To be true to our purpose, we have set ourselves a vision. To become an international specialty pharmaceutical company, we target diseases that affect a smaller number of patients with significant unmet needs and opportunities to which we can contribute. Our formula for success lies in the combination of an agile and flexible innovation structure. Our presence with pharmaceutical affiliates in 6 European countries and a CMO business that develops and manufactures specialty active pharmaceutical ingredients for third-party scale. Both activities work together with a single focus. The patient is always at the center. Working to improve people's lives is a privilege and also a great responsibility. We are committed to caring for the health of people, and that means also caring for the environment. And our sustainability strategy acts as a compass. We make sure that all decisions we take are driven by environmental, social, and corporate governance criteria to give greater significance to our purpose of improving people's lives and, by extension, the environment in which we live. After a century of taking care of people's health, the desire to cure and relieve still justifies our effort and leads us into a promising future. Esteve, advancing health together.
La ciència, en els darrers anys, ha demostrat encara més el seu valor, pel que ha estat capaç de fer, però també per tot allò que encara ha de fer per a aquells que més ens importen. Per als pacients que continuen esperant un tractament com la Maria, per als pacients que continuen esperant un tractament més accessible, com la Berta, o els pacients que simplement esperen el seu i el de ningú més. Veritat, Miquel? Per a tots ells, és vital continuar empenyent la ciència. I només ho podem fer d'una manera, transformant-la, millorant-la, per poder invertir més, per poder investigar més ràpid i millor, amb més recursos, esclar, però també col·laborant més amb investigadors, amb centres...
L'acte és a punt de reprendre's. Us preguem que ocupeu les vostres localitats.
Fa molt de temps
Moltes
que
gràcies.
Companyia que inverteix més en investigació del món. I ara ens transformem per invertir encara més en allò que més importa. Roche. Més i més de. Més tu.
Catalonia is breathing, living, enjoying, thinking differently, standing out, driving the future. Catalonia is health, innovation and competitiveness. And home to a first-class health and life sciences ecosystem. The BioRegion of Catalonia. The BioRegion of Catalonia is one of the leading health innovation hubs in Europe and a beacon ecosystem in Spain. An ecosystem that continues to grow year after year thanks to the international competitiveness of its top university hospitals, cutting-edge research centres, infrastructures, and a large number of startups and long-standing industry players. The BioRegion is also a hub for generation, attraction and retention of talent, and offers a very attractive conditions for international investment. In 2023, the activity of the BioRegion continued to drive the economic and social development of Catalonia, accounting for near 8% of Catalan GDP and 6.5% of active employment, consolidating itself as a hotspot for foreign investment, innovation centres and hubs of multinational corporations. Catalonia is health, innovation, competitiveness and talent. A pool of high-qualified teams and talent able to build projects, startups and scale-ups that break records of investment and keep scaling up the ecosystem each year. Finance raised by operations mainly in collaboration with national and international investors from Europe, US and Asia, highlighting the competitiveness of the ecosystem, as well as the global network of investors based in Barcelona. The BioRegion of Catalonia is committed to the present to build the future. Because it is one of the most digitalized healthcare systems in Europe, and it is driving a national artificial intelligence strategy with the aim of creating a facilitating environment for health innovation, prioritizing prevention, leading the implementation of AI solutions, and contributing to the improvement of healthcare attention, delivery, and sustainability. because it is among the global leaders in clinical trials and development of new therapies and advanced therapies that will increase the access of patients to innovative treatments and personalized medicine. Because its science ranks in top positions for number and quality of publications and highly cited papers in Europe. Catalonia is health, is innovation, is competitiveness. For us and for the world. For today and for the future.
Este es nuestro libro de texto. Esta es nuestra biblioteca de consulta. Este es nuestro salón de conferencias. Este es nuestro laboratorio de investigación. Los conocimientos que nos llevarán a entender mejor algunas de las enfermedades más perjudiciales del mundo se encuentran archivados en nuestra biología. Están escritos en nuestro ADN. En Ángel somos tanto alumnos como profesores de la biología humana. Antes de atacar una enfermedad, nuestros investigadores la estudian de cerca para entender sus mecanismos. Para observar
Benvinguts un altre cop. Reprenem la sessió d'aquesta presentació de l'informe del bioreport de la bioregió. Welcome back to those who are online. More than 200 people are following this event online. I would like also to mention Natalia, Isabel, Monse and Belén, who enable the sign language interpretation. So thank you to all this team for doing that. Thank you. Now let's follow the session talking about the main aspects of the BioRegion report. As Robert Fabregat underlined before, investment has remained over 200 million despite the geopolitical and economic context. To better understand the investment data and also the strategy, we have with us two experts, I would say two cracks on investment. They represent the main investment funds specialized in biotech and healthcare in Catalonia, Isios Capital and Asavis. Sure, you know them. They are Clara Campas and Joel-Jean Mariret. Both have an extensive and successful career, so I invite you to look at this career online, at their LinkedIn or online, wherever. I will just highlight some aspects about them. Clara Campas Moya is managing partner and co-founder of the venture capital firm Asavis Partners. As an investor, she is a board member at Ona Therapeutics, at Sidekick Health, Newish Therapeutics, and Alox. Formerly, she was at Origo Biopharma. She received her doctorate in pharmacy and a master's in pharmacy from the University of Barcelona. She has also been vice president of Catalonia BioCat and member of the board of trustees of BioCat. Joel-Jean Mariret is co-founder and chairman of the venture capital Isios Capital. He holds a PhD in cancer immunotherapy from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology. He's a board member of Catalonia Bio and currently sits on the board of directors of two Barcelona-based companies, which are Ona Therapeutics and Biomotion. So let's hear to them and listening talking about investment.
Bon dia a tothom. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us here today to speak and to share what are our views about what has happened in 2023, and particularly what we expect for 2024. 2023 has not been, I would say, very interesting year in terms of investment worldwide. Joel, what do you think?
Well, yeah, it has been a challenging year. There has been quite a number of transactions. I think we heard it today. It remains stable. I think with regards to the early stage investments, in 2022, we had two big investments, two large transactions that kind of distorted a bit the evolution of the investment pace here in Catalonia. And essentially, I would say these were outliers. So if we look at the early stage investments done in 2023 compared to 2022 and 2021, I think they actually have remained stable. We just had a couple of outliers that distorted the investment pace, and particularly very large transactions. And I do think that these large transactions will happen again. Time will tell, but they will happen again, I'm pretty sure, in the next year or year and a half.
Let us start. We will revisit that part again. Let's start with what we have been hearing this morning here. So we've seen Robert Fabregat, Director of BioCat, presenting, I would say, what is amazing data in the Catalan life science ecosystem. Despite the investments, we will go back there later. I think that we've seen an ecosystem that, in my view, is really consolidating, not only because global corporations have chosen Barcelona and Catalonia to establish some of their teams here, which are not anymore only clinical trials and commercial, which is super good to have them, but is also R&D and other types of, I would say, innovation and other types of talent coming, landing, and establishing in Barcelona and around Barcelona. So I think that's one of the most important things we have heard today, something that is being consolidated. That's directed with the increasing numbers of direct investment, meaning these corporates and companies that are already originally from Catalonia, investing more and more in facilities, in personnel, in teams here. And also the number of companies that have been created in the life science ecosystem every year keeps on increasing and stabilizing, with some, like digital health and other aspects that have been also picking up and really giving and showing some interesting numbers, as Robert, and you can read also in the report. So we've heard also this morning that Barcelona and Catalonia are very well positioned to attract talent, and that some of this talent, in contrary to other sectors, are women. So I think that it's also something we have to congratulate us on. So in general, I think that what we've been hearing is that the Catalan ecosystem in life science is not only consolidated, but also an important key tractor for the economy and for the impact it has in the society. And of course, as we were saying, one of the pieces of this is also investment. If Catalonia has decided to become part of these key global players in life sciences, we have to do that also in investing. And this is exactly what we want to also discuss this morning.
Yeah, no, if I remember when I came here, that was in 2007, I mean, it has changed dramatically. I mean, today we hear in the news pretty much every day, I would say, something about biotech. So going back to your point, it's consolidating. I think it's definitely consolidated. You know, the picture now versus 10, 15 years ago is absolutely, has nothing to do one with the other.
Correct. So still growing. Consolidation doesn't mean we don't have to grow, or there are not signs of growing. So the signs of growing are absolutely there. And as a consolidated system, we are exposed to what happens around the world. And this year, as we were saying, for venture capital investments, not only in life science in general, but particularly in life sciences and some pieces of technology. Investment has not been, I mean, I don't think investors think that 2023 has been a good year in this sense. So these investments have decreased substantially. It's 20 million in 2023 compared to 2024, where we were seeing 445 million, so 445 million euros invested in the Catalan region. That's not only venture capital, that includes grants and other types of investment, as Robert Fabregat was explaining earlier, but this number is there. But the beauty, as Joel was saying, is that we have been able to maintain the numbers we had been seeing in the 3 consecutive previous years, more or less, 2020, 2021, and the previous ones. And you were saying, Joel, and I fully agree, that's probably caused with some of these outliers that we would like to have more often, probably, right?
Yes. No, I mean, again, there were 2 transactions in 2022 that really made the numbers really skyrocket. And but these sort of transactions are correlated with the maturity of the sector. So once certain companies here get to the next level and attract international capital, the ticket sizes of international capital is large. So that leads inevitably to large financing rounds. And we don't need to look at this as on a year-by-year basis. We need to look at this holistically with a bird's eye view to really understand, okay, how is the trend, how is the maturity of the system, and there will be more large transactions. There's a lot of companies now that have been financed, seed finance, Series A. These companies will need larger pools of capital very soon, and this will come, if they're attractive enough for investors, including international investors, this again will lead to large transactions.
I fully agree. I remember being here and this presentation of this report a few years ago, and we were betting about which was the highest number the Catalan ecosystem could achieve, no? And I think that at a certain point we mentioned 500 million, and everybody was saying, oh, that's not going to happen. Last year we had 45, so almost there. Let's see what 2024 and particularly the future years deserves to us. But let's get a little bit into that. So we would like also, and we've been discussing a lot with Joel when preparing this session, about how this correlates with what has happened globally, particularly in the US and all across Europe. And 2023 has not been a good year in life sciences for many reasons. First of all, we've seen a decrease, and in the first months of the year, nothing related to M&A internationally. So when we take a look to the top 10 M&A transactions in the biopharma space in 2023, these 10 big deals have happened mostly in the second half of the year. And the first one, an acquisition by Pfizer Oxygen, happened in March. So January, February was nothing, absolutely, or very few. And then in July, some reactivations, but almost everything happened in Q4 of 2023. Which in one side, it's bad, because that scared a lot the investors, the LPs, which are the investors that invest in investment firms. That scared everyone a little bit. This combined to what we were seeing in the public markets was a kind of an amazing, it was the perfect storm, right? So investors having many other places where to put their money, because there were inflation, increase of the rates. There were many options that had not been there for many years. And on top of that, we were seeing no IPOs, companies being public, really having a market position much below what their sum of cash and assets had. So it was the first part of the year, a kind of correction in valuations and correction of the hype post-COVID, that we were still a bit of hung there. While the second part of the year was not only correction, it was a bit cruel with the life science companies, particularly how this went down to fundamentals. So again, some companies really having values which were much below what we're having.
I actually have digged a bit on a couple of numbers here, and you listen about this because it's really, there's going to be a lot of M&A activity next year, a lot. And here's a few figures.
You mean 2024?
In 2024, a few figures. There's an unprecedented increase of the interest rates that has not been seen in the last 4 decades by the Federal Reserve. This has implied a steep decline in innovation-driven industry. If you look at the number of companies today that are quoted, to your point, Clara, that are quoted in NASDAQ or New York Stock Exchange, 20% of the companies are trading below cash. 20% of the companies are trading below the cash they have in the bank. Now, there is, from now until 2030, there is 300 billion sales at risk because this huge patent cliff, this is circumstantial, 300 billion sales at risk by the pharmaceutical industry, okay? On the other hand, you have the top 15, top 16 pharmas. If you amount the cash they have, it's over 500 billion. They have cash available to transact. Okay, so there is 300 billion at risk, 500 billion available of pharmas. 20% of the companies, many of them have fundamentals, trading below cash. And if you consider that the pharma companies, 65% of the drugs today come from externally sourced assets, meaning by M&A or pharma. So all of this conundrum leads to what? Pharmas need to replenish their sales at risk. They have plenty of cash. There's a lot of opportunities of undervalued companies, and there will be a lot of M&A going on. Now, this M&A will probably be more clinical stage, correct? I mean, this is what they're looking for. But the M&A activity will help the sentiment of the sector as well. And if we consider that already, the lowering the interest rates is factored in the markets, that's why we have seen this last quarter a steep increase in the valuations. This is all going to improve in 2024. Fully
agree. In fact, if we take a look at the numbers, in the these top 10 deals we were referring to, summed up $116 billion in transactions. And that's more or less double of what we have seen in the previous 3 years in a yearly basis. So I think that the numbers we are going to envisage, as well was saying, in 2024 are super, super good. Let's see. In medtech, things has not still starting recovering. I think the medtech scenario is a bit different. So 2021 was, again, as well as in biopharma and other segments within life sciences, a very good year for medtech. But that was a particularly good year. So the number of transactions in the values and the amounts of these transactions were huge. So at least at this point in 2023, we have not still, at the very end of the year, seen this increase in M&A. Let's see what happens in 2024. But there is a lot of internal redistribution of activities, rethinking about some of the deals and some of the therapeutic areas. So let's see what we are going to see for medtech. But I believe that as soon as these great corporates consolidate and decide which is their next step, they're going to be eager to also take advantage of the current market and doing so.
We were debating amongst us, what are the top things or the best things that have happened this year, the worst things that have happened, both locally and globally. I'll give it a shot, and then you can elaborate. So if we think about globally, there's one thing that I really liked, and this is the first gene editing product for sickle cell disease approved by the FDA. This is gene editing. This is the next wave of pharmaceutical products. So this happened a couple of months ago by Vertex and CRISPR Therapeutics, which is a Swiss-US company. So this is, for me, really seeing, the rewards of investing in science, because as a top pharma executive said once, it's very easy to transform money into science, but very hard to transform science into money. Okay. And this is a good example of being perseverant and then ultimately getting this gene editing approved. Now, here locally, and I don't want to do any publicity, but there's two things that have happened this year, 2023, that are meaningful for Catalonia. I think one is having here a big hub of a large pharmaceutical company betting in Catalonia. This is really, really, really good news. And they're serious because they're going to recruit a lot of people. The other one is Almirall got their first biologic approved for atopic dermatitis in November. So this is also a very important step in the industry here to get a biological approved for a very large indication. We will talk later about what areas of therapeutic areas are of interest to pharmas, but clearly atopic dermatitis is one of them.
I fully agree. I think that we are going to see in the next months and years disruptive technologies that have been cooking in the portfolios of VCs around the world getting into patients and getting into the market, which is something that we have already listened before in the roundtable on advanced therapies, and that was rocket science a few years ago, and that's a reality, which is super good. Just to close on the 2023 and just focusing on venture capital, again, I think that all VCs around the world have been focusing in their own portfolios with the idea to try to avoid going out and fundraise with new investors just to avoid the corrections or the decreases in valuations. So everybody was trying to get these reserves and this money to keep on supporting their own portfolio companies, at least those that were worth it. And the few things, again, thinking about globally, what we have seen as trends in US and Europe, if VCs, if venture capitalists were doing new investments, that was small pieces of investment in early stage companies, which is something that you still need to have time to get matured, right? But VCs have raised a lot of money in the last years.
I think for early stage companies, I think we should not be worried about getting these companies capitalized because there's enough capital around. The companies that are struggling more are actually those that are in Series B, C, that are more mature, that require larger amounts of capital. And then the valuation of those companies with the correction that we're seeing in the public markets is the issue. So if you have a company that needs to raise 50 to 100 million and has several rounds of financing behind his back, to find investors accepting the valuation, it's tough. Whereas for early stage investments, I think there's plenty of opportunities. And one thing we have good here is rock solid science, high performing science. So it's a matter of putting this science to work in companies and getting early stage investments done.
Correct. So I think that overall we are happy that 2023 is over somehow, right? But we start 2024 with the best of the tools, not only globally, but particularly in Catalonia. Good science, increasing number of investors that hopefully we all together we are going to be able to also continue attracting international investors to come and invest in our Catalan-based biotech, medtech, and digital health companies. So I think that's tools and gasoline to continue and to do even a better job in 2024. So if I have to, we were predicting that, right? What are we going to see in 2024 in terms of M&A, IPOs, investments? So I think that's a clear trend of opening. The rally has started. Everybody is there. No one wants to miss the opportunity to take advantage of these good valuations, at least in the public companies. But also that will push pharmas one to the other, medtechs one to the other, digital corporations one to the other, to compete to get the best deals, and that would at some point do a kind of a hype. In venture capital, the same. The money is there. There are big funds in Europe, particularly also in the US, that have raised huge amounts of money in the last years, and they were, if you allow me, sitting in their money for a while now they have to put this money at work, and they will be in it. So there will be some competition here And also, I think Catalonia should not be an exception, right? So we will be seeing investments being done here, funds having money, and hopefully next year numbers will be different.
Yeah. We have to be cautious, because venture capital also relies on investors, meaning pension funds, insurance companies, sophisticated asset managers, and we need to also raise that money. The challenge has been, with the interest rates, how they have been now seems to go down a bit, but this is very challenging because you have low risk assets with a significant return. So the alternative investments, meaning private equity and venture capital, need to deliver returns for investors and be competitive with respect to the current environment. So 2023 has been a challenge in that respect. I would say even also the last few years. If things start to change in the sense that interest rates go down again, I think the limited partners, the so-called investors of funds, will have more appetite, clearly focusing also on performance, but will have more appetite for alternative investments.
So things, I think in conclusion, things are going to improve, at least globally, hopefully also here. But probably the question is at what speed, right? So, and that will depend a lot also on external effects and external things about regulation in terms of interest rates, inflation, and things like that.
Yeah, and uncertainty. I mean, the geopolitical circumstances that we have are not helping, yes. Particularly the new, what happened this year in the region of the Middle East. That's yet another element of uncertainty, and investors don't like that. So you have to fight against that as well.
Correct, and probably sometimes people like Joel and myself and all the VCs and other investors that try to invest in life sciences and capture this attention of the investors that invest in us. Now, sometimes people ask us, are you competing with other verticals that are now a kind of a trend? I don't know, climate change, many other things. And the answer is yes. So I think that sometimes there are waves and trends, and now we see lots of LPs, lots of investors that prefer, they say, we are investing in impact, or we are investing in things that will change humanity. And I think that we need to continue in launching and giving the message that investing in life sciences, investing in health of people, investing in young kids' health, in adults' health, in their earliest health is somehow an impact way or a way to invest, to impact positively in everyone's lives. And as a society, we deserve to do so, right? So I think that all the economy-driven aspects of our sector sometimes doesn't allow to see that behind this economic tractor and effort, there is also products that reach patients, that save lives or improve lives. And I think that we need to keep on giving that message all across, because that has been the case. But I think we have some investors that really believe in the segment, and we are now a kind of a category where every big LP is going to put part of its money. We just try to make sure that this needs to be big or big enough to.
And this is a chain, actually, and we'll talk about what therapeutic areas are of interest, where the most unmet needs lie, what modalities are coming up. And this is the differentiation you were talking about. When you go to an investor and say, well, I'm going to invest in this, this, and this, the question is why? Well, A, because there's an unmet medical need, and B, this unmet medical need correlates with interest of pharmaceutical industry. So this is very important when you invest, because ultimately you need to mature these companies and then provide optionalities, going to the stock market or partnering with a large pharmaceutical company. But there needs to be a driving force, and this driving force comes with unmet needs and therapeutic areas that are of high interest.
I think that this changed a little bit, right? So I think the impact we had in 2023, and one of the things that will translate into 2024 is the fact that investors and everyone is a little bit more, the threshold to make a decision to invest is a little bit higher. So I don't think we are ready anymore to invest in incremental innovation. I think that we are going to bet into really disruptive science. Venture capital has done that as a mandate forever, right? But I think that we are going to go even to the next step, and even public markets are a little bit pointing out towards this. So I think that making sure that this innovation achieves everyone, but arrives to everyone and is deployed, but also that what we are betting on, particularly from venture capital, is things that will dramatically change the way that patients go and the outcomes of those patients. And you were mentioning gene editing, so I think that's one of the examples of things like that. In the cardiovascular space, sometimes people ask us, where are you going to invest? No? What are the things that you like most? I think that sometimes we just invest also depending on the eagerness of pharma and corporates in digital, in medtech, in the different segments, but also regulations, for example. And here we were having a debate on advanced therapies that impacts a lot the decisions of investing in one area or another. In the cardiovascular space, for example, the FDA has changed regulations last year or 18 months ago, changing the way that the clinical impact of in certain cardiovascular areas, you had to show overall survival improvement to get a drug approved. Now there are biomarkers and other ways to show clinical benefit, and you have seen lots of VCs entering into the space just because it has been attractive, right? But in other spaces. I think cancer is still a must. We've seen the ADCs hype these last years, and that was clearly at ESMO, probably in Barcelona at the end of the year. We will continue seeing additional clinical data in ADCs, in oncology, but also neurology and other areas that
I would say, yeah, we're seeing a transformative change in the way we treat, I would say, the most important epidemic in the Western world, which is obesity. Now, obesity is linked to cardiovascular diseases, to cancer, and it's a real burden for the healthcare system worldwide, and also on the quality of life of these patients that suffer obesity. Now, it's in the news, but we've seen the emergence of the GLP-1 agonist, Ozempic, Mounjaro. These are drugs that are making a difference and addressing this unmet need. But very importantly, and I don't think people realize, there's a very recent clinical trial, large clinical trial, where they show that these drugs not only, so they have a 20% improvement in survival for whatever reason. Okay. It's not just cardiovascular, it's not just obesity, it's for whatever reason, overall survival. And this is really very, very meaningful. So these drugs should not be seen as, part of cosmetics. They are going to make a huge impact. And if you look at the number of patients treated, just look at the sales of these drugs, 23 billion just last year, 23 billion. And this correlates with the amount of patients. So this is going to be, highly transformative for the society, I would say. And again, thinking about investing in science, GLP-1 agonists were discovered in 2005, so almost 20 years ago. Now they're reaching this status of blockbuster and serving a real unmet need. So again, an example of perseverance in science pays off ultimately, if it makes a difference, obviously.
I think that this is an example of what we have seen in the trends of really impacting patients. So when you speak or discuss about prevention, right? Prevention, no one is going to invest in prevention. Well, that's part of prevention. This is a treatment. So what had to happen for these drugs to arrive is that someone was able in the regulatory space to assume that obesity was a disease due to all the concomitancies that then happen. So when you have an indication that is obesity and then you have a treatment for that, then you are somehow preventing all the outcomes of this kind of thing. So it's not only about treating something in its very end, it's about improving the health of society as much as we can. And of course, there are many question marks around it. Access, will these drugs really arrive and be deployed to everyone? In the US, there's a huge nightmare in payers, regulators, etc., on how are we going to deploy these drugs, because even in the manufacturing, it's super challenging. Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly have already said they probably will not have facilities to manufacture all these things. So there's additional challenges there. But of course, who made these investors 20 years ago, these investments 20, 15 years ago, was someone having a very good view here.
You mentioned before ADCs. I don't know if everybody knows what an ADC is. It's an antibody-drug conjugate, which is basically, in simple words, directed chemotherapy. Now, again, looking into the future, there's a huge hype in ADC modality with a number of products approved now, working very well, in particular in breast cancer. There's pharma companies licensing technology from ADC from China, never heard before, so keep an eye on China. But now you even see these therapies being first line. The session we were talking about first, second, third line. Well, chemotherapy is in cancer is always the first line. Well, in bladder cancer, ADCs are already first line. And I'm pretty convinced that in 5-10 years' time, all the first lines in cancer using ADC as a modality will be first line. Chemotherapy will slowly fade away because this is, it's working and it's chemotherapy, really directed chemotherapy. And you start to see this huge impact now in cancer as well. So yet again, this is cancer, but specifically in a modality, how to treat cancer. And there's a lot of opportunity still because there's many different targets for different cancers. So this will evolve in the next decade for sure.
So this has also increased the threshold. We want to see cures. We want to see sustained remissions of cancers and other diseases. So I think the threshold is higher and higher every time.
This is what markets value.
Correct.
I mean, really, medicines that make a difference and that work well. Not that just extend the progression-free survival for a few months and then you get an approval. That's not sustainable for the healthcare system.
And let me comment briefly also on what the digital health will have to do in all these kind of things, right? So digital health, we've seen that as investors as a pure modality. So we are investing in companies that develop digital tools to treat patients or as companions. But this is there. And obesity or even cancer is an example. So when you are able to bring a tool that helps that patient or those physicians to keep on track on their therapy, to take care of the secondary effects, to make the most of those therapies, the way you can reimburse, the monitoring the payers can do about it, but also the very end outcome of that patient where you have a companion tool that helps you not only monitoring but improving adherence and many other things is huge. And this is something we are going to see more and more. COVID, the pandemic, helped a lot in things happening that we have never seen, such as physicians having medical visits over the phone with patients, right? So these systems are changing. As every trend, it seems to go back and forward. I think that we are all learning in the digital space, entrepreneurs, scientists, investors, corporates. It's not easy. This is a change of paradigm. And what we are started seeing in 2023, and we will continue seeing in 2024, is probably a consolidation of the market. So at this point, we as investors are considering, well, of the companies we have in our portfolio, which are the companies that can be transformed into consolidators, those ones that will be the basis to plug and play for other apps and other digital tools? Or is that company one of those that can be a nice tool to be consolidated into a much more transversal platform? And I think that's a little bit what we are going to see in the digital space in that sense. But I think that some of the outcomes and the clinical trials that are being conducted in pure digital tools and the readouts of this data is impressive. So more to come in 2024 on the digital space.
Well, talking about digital.
I don't think we can finish this session today without speaking about AI and generative AI.
Generative AI. I mean, this is like internet, the impact that the internet did 30 years ago, and then we're going to see the same thing again, but now with generative AI. And there's a lot of examples. Google's DeepMind developed AlphaFold. AlphaFold is a technology to predict 3D structures of proteins that before you needed a huge computational power of years to predict the 3D structure of a protein. Now it's something that can be done with this. Also to understand the biology, correlating a lot of data out there and gathering all that data and understanding the biology. So this is going to transform the biotech industry and the biopharmaceutical industry dramatically. We're in the early days, but this is going to transform dramatically the industry.
I think it will change dramatically the way we all do our jobs, probably. So the way we write emails, it's already happening, right? But it's not only impacting life sciences, it's all over the place. But I think that particularly life sciences and trying to be more efficient, and then let me link that with the investors. So I think that one of the messages we always give to our companies is let's try to be efficient. And efficiency is one of the things we can claim from Europe and even from Catalonia. We are super efficient in using money into our biotechs compared to other regions of the world. So I think that any tool, including generative AI or basic AI, that helps us in predicting, in implementing, in being more efficient, in not having to do 10 experiments if we can predict what happens in 3, I think that's a little bit what we are eager to see in our companies too, and no one can be close to that, right?
No, and another example, check this out in Google, it's protein hallucination. Protein hallucination. This is a new technology for generating completely novel proteins that do not exist in nature, okay? Just completely novel proteins. And this is coming up. This is, again, something, a completely new terrain that is coming up and will have an impact in the pharmaceutical industry as well. And then in the other AI, I was talking to an executive of pharma, and he was saying, before we used to have 30 people during 3 months doing all the budget of next year. Now we do it in 3 weeks with 3 people, thanks to AI. One example. But this is more operational. This is more from an efficiency perspective. But again, it has also its impact. But another one, which was very interesting, is when in cardiovascular, somebody needs to do a large outcome trial with thousands of patients that cost a whole lot of money. How did it work before? You had all the clinical development team presenting to the executive board, this is the reason why we want to invest 500 million in this phase 3 with 10,000 patients, okay? And who were the judges? The executive board. And they needed to challenge. Now it doesn't work that way. AI collects intra-company all the information, past statistics, past failures, how many patients you recruit, how long will it take, all of that conundrum, and they need to defend against the verdict of AI. And then the ultimate decision body is, of course, the executive team, but it works differently now. And this is, again, from an operational perspective, it's quite impressive. But I would say the AI has 2 buckets, more in the research discovery, novel technologies, novel proteins, that's one thing, and then more on the operational side.
Correct. And also getting data everywhere. Now that we are able to use this data much more efficiently, to apply it real time and to make decisions quick and smarter decisions, I think we cannot be, any of us, out of this trend, out of this challenge. So we'll do our best from the venture capital perspective. So I think we are running out of time. It
has been a pleasure, Clara.
It has been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, everyone.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Clara and Joel. I've seen everybody listening to you with main attention because I think it has been a dialogue very interesting to know the criteria and the priorities of the investment, and we hope 2024 is going to be a good year. So we've talked about investment, we've talked about advanced therapies, and now we are going to another main issue, I would say the central issue, which is talent. And you know about that because you are all part of the talent of the BioRegion. its clue to be able to do every single project. To talk about talent, we have with us Marc Soriano, Emilia Pola, Carla Ruiz, and Claire Nassiet, who is connected online. We have with us Fina Llados, who is going to be the chairwoman in this roundtable. I think most of us know Fina. She is the general manager for Spain and Portugal in Amgen. She has been 25 years in Amgen, you told me just there, half of them working in research and also in development. So from your experience, Fina, are we doing correctly in Catalonia, talking about capting and regarding to talent attraction?
Well, first, thank you for having the opportunity of being here. And I would say that we are fortunate to have this ecosystem. And when I came this morning in the room and saw 600 people inside here, it's impressive. And after seeing all the data, I think we are in a very, very good position. I would say that talent is never good enough because I think we need always to think about how we upskill our professionals and how we really adapt the needs that we have, not today, but also in the future, which is an opportunity I will have today to discuss with the members here in the room. So I would really emphasize that it's never enough, but we are in a good position. We have great talent in institutions, in hospitals, reference around the world in different areas. So I think we are in a good position, but we shouldn't stop thinking how we can do better.
Thank you, Fina. Let's listen to the panelists and start talking about talent.
So first, welcome to the members here in the room. And I would like first to introduce Claire Nassiet, that is connected through the line. So hello, Claire.
Hello.
Just to introduce her, because she was not able to join here face-to-face, but we can have her. Claire is a EIT Health member, is a network organization co-founded by the European Union and gathering more than 200 organizations, all committed and bringing health innovation to patients and systems. Here today, it's especially important because he can put the perspective on their unique position that DIT Health has to really to think about the skills that our professionals need and demand from the healthcare employers, hospitals, companies, research unions, and also supply from education providers, understand what's needed for the future. And what we are hearing from our network about challenges and closing the skill gaps that we have in healthcare and attracting talent for the future and how we really be ready for adoption of innovation. After we have Carla Ruiz. Carla Ruiz is Human Resources Director at AstraZeneca. Astra was mentioned this morning several times because they have just announced that they have a big hub in Barcelona and an investment in research and development here, a reference center in Europe to build a corporation with 800 million euros investment and 1,000 new employees. So welcome, Carla, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you.
Emilia Pola. Emilia is Executive Director at ICREA. ICREA is a Catalan public institution which hires scientific talent in all disciplines. ICREA selects and hires the best researchers to come and work in universities and research centers in Catalonia. And ICREA has been doing very well for 23 years already, and it now employs about 300 researchers in all disciplines, which is also a very special institution and very good, and it has become one of the most prestigious research communities in the world. Welcome, Emilia.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Marc Soriano, Research and Development, is a biologist in PhD with 10 years experience in Almirall. And he gained working in academia, and he will give the perspective from their research and development and in a big pharma that he has also had the pleasure to be working in San Francisco and Glasgow and Basel, and today is part of the leadership of Almirall Research and Development, and also is pushing for the transformation of the company and very focused on research and development in dermatology, but also in many areas to attract talent as well. So welcome, everyone. And I would start already with the first question, and I would start with Emilia here. And I would like to ask you, and I would ask the same for every one of you, what are the main challenges in your institution or opportunities, but also how you make sure that you attract talent in your institution?
Thank you. It is a difficult question. We have a number of challenges, presumably different from my colleagues in the panel, because of course we're a public institution, and also because we do attract people from all disciplines, from, I don't know, historians to linguists to cosmologists, high-energy physicists, but we do also have biologists and people who work in the life sciences. And in fact, life sciences is our largest sector because the system is very attractive. And so that's the first challenge. I mean, we depend on a system that's attractive enough for the best talented individuals to want to come and work here and become part of our society, really. We don't want them to be part of our research system only. We want people that you can bump into them when you go to the supermarket, that take their kids to school, that go to birthday parties together with everyone else. So that's the goal, is to try and change how society works. Now, challenges. We need to be attractive. That's easy, but if we just break it down into different categories, well, there's a number of challenges, the main one being research funding available for research, for a researcher. The availability of enough funding is a critical issue, and they're not going to come if that's not happening. So there's one thing. The attraction of the dynamism of the system is another one that very clearly, we've seen how Joel was talking in a previous roundtable about how we have seen over 20 years our system has entirely changed, and we've become far more attractive. There's far more institutions, far more projects. That's a challenge, but we need to keep feeding that. We cannot stop creating new network, or expanding our research network. Let me just put it like that. So there's that challenge. Then there's a gender challenge, and this is particularly difficult for us because we're hiring senior researchers. And when we choose the people that apply to our calls, we are forced to choose from what we have. And at that level of seniority, there's a lot less women than men. We're essentially trying to, we work with a population that is about 80% male, 20% female. ICRA is better than this, but we're facing that, and it's difficult to work on that challenge from our perspective alone. And then there's other issues important, like when you're going to bring a researcher here, you want to make sure that the place is attractive. So they're bringing their families as well. So husbands, children, all these people need to be also integrated. And that's a challenge we have. And then we have this public sector attitude towards hiring people. ICRA is doing things in a very different way from the usual way of attracting, that the public sector has to recruit people. And we want to think ourselves as innovators in this. We are forcing the system to make it more agile, more flexible, and in a way more attractive to people coming from abroad who don't necessarily speak Catalan or even Spanish. And so they have this special set of, let's say, conditions that we need to cater for. And we want a public system that is able to do this. So we keep forcing it and pushing it out of its usual ways. to try and do this. But ICRA is a very small community, and the public sector is a big house. So that's another challenge.
Thank you, Emila. You mentioned, I think, I would take three things here. One is there being a public sector also. You mentioned sometimes challenging on the public funding and also the process that you have there. You also mentioned something interesting, that going beyond and just making sure that you create the space for the families and it's beyond their work and having researchers here. And with that, perhaps I turn over to Carla just to just throw the same question. What are your main challenges? You just need to grow in a very short term. And I think a great opportunity for a city and for a talent. How you manage doing that in such speed?
Well, I think that probably most of us, we have same challenges, but from a different point of view or approaches. In this moment, we need to build an incredible global hub in Barcelona. You have already seen numbers this morning regarding clinical trials, regarding the ecosystem you have built in the past years in Catalonia. So now we need to continue with this. We need really to guarantee that the global hub that AstraZeneca is building in Barcelona is amazing. We need really to keep the balance between public institutions, private institutions, collaborations, internationals, because at the end we are building something from scratch. We need different profiles, different backgrounds. So we are thinking in global, we are thinking in talent that we can find here, but also in other continents or other countries now. When we are talking also about diversity, we need to think in men, women, other cultures, another point of view, and we need to guarantee that all the employees are feeling integrated. And it's true that we have a challenge for attracting people, but we need to have in mind that we need to retain them and also develop them, because if not, we are going to fail in the long term. So an amazing project. AstraZeneca is putting really a huge effort here. We are really proud of this, and we are sure that we are going to have a lot of collaborations in Catalonia for continuing growing this.
Yeah, I think, no, thank you, Carla. I think there are several things here you mentioned also. Some of things are commonalities on there, integrating people that are coming from different places. Also at the same time, you mentioned the technology piece, which is, I think, an important one that brings an interesting approach and diversity. And Emilia also mentioned the gender difference here. Perhaps here, Carla, you just looking at this, and we can come back to this later. And I would perhaps give the word now to Claire on their skills and upskilling, how you do that and how you work with that in EIT Health at the European level. Can you bring some light on what's your institution doing and what are the challenges, opportunities you're seeing?
Thank you, and apologies for not being with you in Barcelona. But hello from Paris, where you can see the Eiffel Tower in my background, hopefully it works. So what we hear from the network and the ecosystem is some things that have already been mentioned by the panelists. There's an element of extending your network or your partnerships outside of what you already know. Because we see that companies, hospitals, when they recruit, they have great relationships, partnerships, collaboration with the institutions in their own local ecosystem. Some go a bit beyond others. But what they're saying and where they come to EATLs is, okay, can you help me develop a new partnership with a group of academics, a group of university in this region in the country or in a completely new country in Europe, because I will set up a hub, because I will have to collaborate with the research team in this country, so I need to expand in a way the talent pool and the talent pipeline. So one element I think is challenges in extending the way you recruit and the way you talent beyond your local territory, your local ecosystem. And here, EATLs is an organization, as many others, that work on a network and the richness of the network, so you can build those bridges. Another challenge that we hear is that when you have those partnerships, or your industry, you have that partnership with a great academic institution, it's been going on for years, but still the people who you recruit, they are not entirely fitting your needs. So there's still a mismatch between the people who come out of the university or the different training programs and what the industry expects. And one of the industry members has put a price tag on that mismatch, or has tried to build a business case, saying that when the person comes into their role, so it's mostly biomedical engineering, biomanufacturing processes, they are lacking about 30% of what they should have. And so it takes the company 6 months, sometimes even 10 months, before that person is actually productive and operational and can actually contribute value to the company. So that is also a challenge, and maybe we have a question on solution later on, but I think the solution is about discussion with and long-term partnership to address the current gap that we know yet, but also projecting and forecasting the future gaps so that we can already develop long-term solutions.
Thank you, Claire. Here, you highlighted something that is very important, also was mentioned before, around their collaboration with different institutions and how we sit down together and we discuss what are our needs for the present and for the future. Another thing that we can come back later, also you mentioned that sometimes there is always a gap from people that are coming out from the university versus needs that you have when you get in. You mentioned also there medical engineering, a technology piece, and it's also a lot around artificial intelligence that has not been mentioned before yet, but the skills that we'll need in the future. We will come back to that later, but before that, I will hand over now to Mark, based on your organization and just after your colleagues' highlights also, in your perspective, what other challenges that you have on a daily basis in your organization to attract talent?
Well, as you say before, one of my challenges today is to set the Almirall Science Hub, and this is about talent. I see three major challenges on talent. One is the definition itself, the attraction that we have been already commented, and as well the development of this talent. We are today in a very changing environment where new technologies, new needs arise all the time. In that context, how we define talent. And it's about doers, it's about thinkers, it's about leaders, it's all of them. Our value chain is long, it's complex, it's risky. In that context, I mean, we need very specialized talent, but from the drug discovery to development to cover all these needs. On top of that, I believe that we need talent that is resilient, is diverse, is collaborative, and is resilient. And we need that talent to be adapted to this change, to constantly change. If we have that, maybe it will be as well to retain and to keep the talent in our organizations. Second is talent attraction. Often it's very difficult for us to attract top talent at international level. Well, in this case, it's because although we are in a fantastic ecosystem, as we have seen today, and a great city, we are, let's say, competing with Boston, London, Berlin, Shanghai, and a few others. Those top places, they have strong investments, they have very successful stories in life science, and as well they have top talent. On this regard, what I think is to overcome this is we need to communicate very well what is our purpose, what we are aiming to do. Today's talent, they work based on the impact that they will have on the society, how they align their values on what they do, what are the meaningful projects that they work. If we do that, I think it will be a way to attract and to stay here. And last is about talent development. Today's leaders, they have an additional responsibility, that is to generate a safe space that this talent is able to come with their skills and put everything on the table. This talent needs to explore, to innovate, to challenge, to try, to fail, and to learn. And then we need to continue investing on developing the talent, but as well investing in tomorrow's leaders. And basically, it's to transform the managers that we have today in talent developers. These are the three main points.
Thank you, Mark. You touched base several things here. One is they're making sure that we attract talent from international, which has been already mentioned. I think it's a commonality among all their speakers here. So people from all around the world, how we make it happen. You mentioned something interesting also that has not been just mentioned before. It's there are talent that they need to be very specialized, but also that at the same time they need to have leadership skills. The other thing is how we make sure that we get these abilities on people that sometimes are so specialized and get in research deep early discovery, how we make them leaders, which is needed. And the third piece that you mentioned something also important, it's they want to make an impact on the society. How we define impact on the society and how what the young leaders they want for the future. And this, I think, links to the next question that I would like to throw here, and I would start with Claire now. If we foresee now in the 5 to 10 years, but just 10 years seems very far away, not even 10 years, 5 years. Tell me, what do you think are the main challenges that we need for sure to solve today to be successful? Claire?
I think one is the attractivity issue, and we mentioned that. And I think part of the issue, the main issue, is that a lot of companies across sectors are competing for the same talent. We can start with the obvious example, the digital and data skilled people. They have a luxury of choices because pretty much all of the sectors needs this kind of skills at a rapid pace. And so they are in the strongest position to choose their sector. And there are a number of studies when you ask kind of younger talent, 25, just coming out of a master of engineering or data science or something, in which company they would like to work. There's only one company in the health ecosystem that features in the top 30 companies, and that's Pfizer. And that's pretty much down to the COVID vaccines, because it was not there before due to the vaccine. So I do agree with Mark that there's a lot of work to do as an ecosystem, but also each individual company and employer. What is the positive impact we are making on the society, on the patient, on the innovation, on the hospitals and the healthcare ecosystem to attract the talent? Then I think the second challenge is that there's a lot of skills that have been mentioned by industry and employers as pain points for the past years, but nothing has changed a lot or not changed fast enough. For example, the regulatory affairs skills. It's been mentioned for years and years that in the medical devices companies, in the pharmaceutical sector, in the notified bodies, in the hospitals, everyone is lacking people with regulatory affairs, and it's a field that changes quite rapidly. So there's an element of updating the knowledge very quickly. So now I think one of the solutions, or one of the paths that is worth considering exploring, is how we use this momentum post-COVID at European level, but also in other level, at country level, with everyone saying we need to be sovereign again. We need to produce again the vaccine and the gene therapy and all of the equipment that we were lacking during the COVID. And so we're putting money on the table for the factories and everything else to be reinstalled back in Europe. And we're also putting money on the table to invest in reskilling or upskilling of people. So there's a momentum that we need to leverage and build long-term relationship and partnership between the demand side and the supply side to figure out the upskilling efforts.
Thank you, Claire. One of the things that you mentioned, I found it interesting, probably because I'm biased, and you mentioned that the healthcare, it's not an area where many professionals think about when they think about their future professional career. And it's not even about talent development, but it's how we make sure that we create a good branding, if that's a word, around the importance of these healthcare needs for the present and for the future, and how needed are the professionals there. Thank you, Claire. Emilia, what's your view on the main challenge in the 5 years, what do you need to get solved to make sure that you are successful in your institution, in ICREA?
I think that our biggest problem is going to be the increased competition. If one thing is clear after listening to the conversations today, is that it is true that bright people keep being born everywhere around the globe. We're not questioning that, but we're not the only ones fishing. There's a lot of people looking for that, and more so. So we used to think of talent as something that was like essentially an unlimited resource, and I'm not sure how long this is going to hold true. I think soon we will start finding that it's going to become difficult to source it, because we will have trouble finding it and a number of things. So essentially, I think we need to brace for to stay on top, to keep doing what we do well. We're going to be, need to be prepared for stiff competition coming from our colleagues at the table, for instance, but obviously not only from them, but from everyone else investing in knowledge. And nowadays, this is essentially everywhere. Yes, that's
an interesting approach, because you're talking about the increased competition for the talent. And it was mentioned before that we are in an amazing city, that many professionals, young scientists, they are happy to come to Barcelona. But there is also a challenge if we are dying because of a great success, and how we make sure we have a healthy competition to attract more talent, but making sure that we get talent for all kind of institutions that are really needed, because your institution is really a reference around the world, making sure that we keep a good talent coming.
But it's a small thing. I mean, we're hiring 20 people a year, and my colleagues here are hiring hundreds of people every year. So it's small. It's very specialized in doing one thing and doing it well. And the city helps, and everything's fine. I mean, we're okay. But the thing is, I believe, I fear, I don't know, I think that the landscape will change in that direction. It's going to become harder because everyone is hunting for the same thing, really.
Okay. So you will work to make sure that this is going to become harder. Yes. We need to do something there to make sure that you are able to attract these 20 people that are high level,
like
right?
The top, yes.
Okay.
And the devil is in the details. So we need good housing, affordable schools. I mean, people bring their children. We want them, we don't want an international school where they are nested somewhere else and they don't mingle. We want them to be integrated in our school system, in our cities. They need to be part of our culture. These things matter.
Okay. Mark, 5 to 10 years, what do you need to fix?
Well, I'm just thinking more on how I would like to see in 5 years about talent. I would like to see more on a very interconnected ecosystem, where talent can move from different organizations almost freely, where the knowledge is as well shared. I see that the ecosystem has to become a kind of community, that people are moved, challenges are shared, and we have a kind of global view of where we want to go all together. Okay? We cannot deny that Barcelona is a fantastic city, and we have a great private institutions, public institutions, fantastic hospitals. But on top of that, there are other things that we need to improve. I mean, we need much less bureaucracy, for example, to facilitate the arrival of the talent. We need to improve the mobility of the area, because that's something that we are not there yet. And we need to have successful stories, because at the moment, we communicate. There are very good paths, but we have been seeing this morning, the number of phase 3s are large, but compared with the number of phase 1s and phase 2 studies are smaller. And this means that the innovation part still not being as we should be. Okay, that's more how I see it.
Thank you, Mark. Carla. 5 to 10 years.
5 to 10 years, really far away, no? If you ask me, you have been successful there. I think that as a framework, as a company, we need to develop innovative drugs for generate two pieces. First of all, generate a significant impact in people's health and add value to the healthcare system, no? And how we are going to achieve this? With people. Putting the people in the center of everything we do is the best asset that a company could have. And for this, we need all the things that we were talking before. We need to guarantee that they have the feeling that they are integrated, not just in the professional environment, also in the personal life, in the city, in all the ecosystem also, no? We need to guarantee that we have professional path. We offer them a career to continue their development in the company. Also, we need to be really aware what's happening outside, because probably the skills that we are looking for today are radically different than 5 or 10 days before. In fact, now we are competitors of our companies that we were not expecting. We need artificial intelligence, we need biometrics experts, we need statisticians. So it's something that we need to continue learning and improving because it's going to be basics for guarantee the successful story.
Now that you mentioned something that it's about their knowledge that their professionals need to have in the future, you mentioned artificial intelligence, you mentioned technology. Do you think that their universities, their older systems and their contents of our academics are already adapted there, or something that we need to focus as well? So for Carla and also Emilia, that you're also very close to the academics there, are we well there, or we need just to also call for action?
I don't know. I'm not perhaps the person to talk about this, because we are close to the academic, but we're working with putting people into our academic system, not students. So, and I don't know. I think it's difficult for everyone to stay on top of a moving field, and this is very much what happens to all institutions, training institutions, higher education institutions. They face a lot of challenges, and some of them come from constant changes of disciplines. But these disciplines change because someone is developing them, right? And essentially we're focused on that section, those people who are actually making, creating all these technologies that we can't imagine today. I think if we get a lot of talented people and we give them time to think, a lot of good things usually happen, and then that spreads. But it's obviously like a never-ending, it's a moving target, and it's increasingly difficult for companies and for higher education institutions to actually provide that. To say nothing of the fact that no one really knows what it's going to. So it's like, it depends on a lot of things, bright people just coming up with something that's totally disruptive, and then everyone goes, So there's a balance that institutions should try to find between running after the latest new thing and training people on the basics and the skills that let them acquire different backgrounds later. But like I said, I'm not an education expert, so.
Good, thank you. Mark?
Yes, I think the universities, they have the right level of what we need. What it happens is probably we need to get closer, the industry with academia. I mean, we saw it this morning, only 3% of the doctorates are industrial doctorates. I think we have something to promote here, as an example.
Good, thank you. So I think you bring on the table some important things on these 5 to 2 years time, and Claire mentioned something also before under healthcare branding piece, which is something that perhaps it's not about talent, but some work that in theory could be easier just to create and think. You also, Mark, mentioned something about creating community of talent, and more we have, I think we need to expand the view there and to make sure that these talents that we have in the city, and you mentioned also how this evolves and these differences on the technology that is needed, how you make it happen, and to make sure that this community that is coming here lives in a place that it's not always about talent, but the families and the surroundings are well prepared to be successful and to stay here. And you mentioned something also important, which is we should monitor on a very frequent basis, because this is a moving needle, that it's not, this is what we need, and without revisiting that. So this means that we need to stay very awake and to make sure that we keep that in a good pace. To close their session, I would ask each of you to summarize, if you think about, when I go back to your place, what are the focus that you will make sure you pay attention on? Based on what we discussed, something perhaps it's not new, or something that after this you say, okay, I would get back and I will focus on this to keep the success that you're having already. Mark?
Well, I think one of the things that I take from today is that we are in unprecedented times of change and disruption. We are all here to discover tomorrow's medicines for today's diseases. And this battle of the talent is a sign that we have a really meaningful projects to move forward. And that's why I think it's important, and we are here for this.
Thank you. Claire?
Thank you. For me, is that somehow we share a lot of challenges and sometimes beginning of solution. And me coming from an organization that gathers people around the table so that we can have the discussion, for me, part of the answer is, who do we need at this discussion table? We need the industry. We need a lot of different profiles to figure out this equation. We need the industry, we need the academics to refine the academic offer, we need the talents themselves to also better understand the attractivity challenge issue. But for me, the answer is in collective collaboration and getting there together. So setting up new partnerships or reinforcing the ones that exist.
Thank you, Claire. Emilia?
Well, tying in with what just Claire said, I think in our case, where we need to focus is on making research better and creating the conditions for that that make it possible. Because these conditions not only help academic research, it makes a better society, it makes a better public sector. It helps us all. Right? The conditions that a researcher needs are not that different. They don't come from a remote planet. I mean, they have the same needs. And so by creating an attractive place, we're making, we're hitting many birds with the same stone. We're changing many things. So we need better conditions for research. That would make a more attractive city, in our view, mainly, but I'm sure also in everybody else's.
Thank you. Carla?
So I really align with my colleagues. I think that we have, all of us, independent of public, private, company, academic, we have a main objective. That is make things happen, connect, collaborate, and put the focus really in the people's health to achieve really added value proposals for the healthcare ecosystem, for everything. And maybe in 5 years, 10 years, we are here all together again saying we achieve it, we have identified ways of collaboration, and we have done amazing things because I think that we have an incredible path coming.
Thank you. So we are already at the end of the roundtable, and I would like to just thank you, Mark, Claire, Emilia, and Carla. And I just couple of words on my side, because listening to you, I think it's, I feel the passion, how important it is to develop talent, to attract talent. I think we are in a very good position. At the same time, you mentioned something important. It's sitting together and collectively to share what are the needs for our talent in the future and to work together. I think BioCat is a great institution to put a lot of people together from the academics, from the private, from the public, from the administration. I think we cannot be in a better room here to think about that. So perhaps we have also some additional homework to do together. And thank you for all their thinking here, and thanks to the audience as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. We totally agree. We couldn't have a better group. Thank you for sharing also your passion and your talent. And now we are just on time to connect with New York. It's really been a top event. And I think we will end with a wow speaker. As I could say with a plain language, is a guru. In this last session, we will be able to ask questions. So you just have to hold your hand and we will reach you anywhere in the auditorium. We have the privilege to be connected with Dr. John Halamka, who is the president of Mayo Clinic Platform. Good morning, Dr. Halamka from Barcelona. How are you?
Well, hey, good morning from Boston, and just thrilled to be here
from
and
Boston.
talk about innovation ecosystems.
So you're in Boston and you are full of energy, as I see.
Well, so although I am a doctor and an engineer, I'm also a farmer. So I have 350 large animals. It's already midday, though it's 6:45 in the morning.
Yeah, I see. You're fresh. You're really fresh. I read some things about your platform, and for example, I was reading that Mayo platform allows Mayo Clinic to expand beyond our walls and to innovate in new ways to touch the lives of millions of people. And you also say, we are working to create the most powerful information technology platform in healthcare. So we really are looking forward to hearing from you. When you want, you can start with your conference, and afterwards, we'll have some questions, if we want, from the audience. Thank you very much.
Well, hey, thanks so much, Aurora. Now, this audience is interested in transformation and innovation ecosystem of ensuring that Catalonia and your region is not timid, is moving in a bold way. And so how might you do that in the field of AI? Well, let me start with maybe a high-level comment from the World Economic Forum this year. Although the theme of the World Economic Forum was supposed to be rebuilding trust. Just want to make sure you can hear me okay? Okay, good. Well, although the theme of the World Economic Forum was supposed to be rebuilding trust or reflect on climate change or global conflict, the real theme of the World Economic Forum was AI and its impact on society. What is it that countries will do to encourage innovation? What guidelines and guardrails will you put in place? How will you transform the workforce? And how will you get ready for this new, what could be Promethean event, transforming the way we experience healthcare and life sciences? So coming out of Davos, with those themes, I would like to talk to you a little bit about what Mayo has done to get ready for 2030, this cure, connect, and transform future that all of us want, and hopefully will do no harm. Mayo asked the question, if we are going to be directed to be leaders in AI, what might you need to put in place? What is the foundation you need to build? I think all of us would recognize whether it is predictive AI or generative AI, and I will define those terms in a moment. It starts with data. And that is AI models, however they're created, always depend upon a training set of information, of observations of the past. And so here's a question for Catalonia. If a new innovator, a new startup company, comes to an academic medical center and says, let us build something that is a collaboration for the future, how long does it take from idea to running code? Well, in the United States, the answer is about 18 months. And that's not very agile. And in the world of AI, where there is so much transformation, so much innovation so fast, how can we be more agile? What Mayo decided to do was to take its entire data set, 10 million patients, and de-identify it. Now, the word de-identify is tricky. In the United States, our HIPAA privacy laws say that 18 identifiers need to be removed from the data, such things as name and address and phone number. And that's fine. And for certain kinds of data, like lab tests or allergies or medication lists, removing those identifiers is probably sufficient to make the data privacy protected. But what about the notes? What about reports? Could you imagine that if a report, and of course I'm making this up, says, and this patient is a former president of the United States? Well, it doesn't have a name, but the number of former presidents is very few. So Mayo had to take billions of notes, billions of reports, and do what we call hiding in plain sight. And what that means is we take things like job roles, geography, familial relationships, and change them in the note. So instead of former president of the United States, it might say this politician. Oh, well, there are many of those. That's sufficiently de-identified. After we did this de-identification on 10 million birth to death records, we then moved those records into a cloud container under our control. Now, it doesn't matter what cloud you use. Pick whatever cloud meets your technical requirements, your policy requirements. You may have certain cultural expectations as to data sovereignty. The data must actually be in Spain or some such thing. It's fine. Move de-identified data into a cloud container under your control, and then invite innovators into that cloud container. Not to take the data, it will never actually leave your container. Not to sell the data will never be sold. But to develop novel algorithms, to test algorithms, to create new data visualizations, gain new insights, create new solutions. So Mayo started this journey in 2020. We took our structured information in the medical record from January through April, de-identified that. We took these notes, as I've been describing them, all the reports, all the histories and physicals and operative reports, and de-identified those April through August. And then we began other kinds of what I'll call modalities. Images, CT, MRI, plain film. Telemetry, EKGs, rhythm strips. Genomics, digital pathology. And the end result was about 70 petabytes of de-identified data sitting in a cloud container with the notion that we could, not in 18 months, but in 18 hours, be able to bring an innovator into that environment with full privacy controls, compliance oversight, and legal oversight of everything we were doing. In so doing, what we enabled was small companies that have brilliant engineers and great ideas, maybe some seed funding, to then interact with clinical experts and a vast amount of clinical data to polish their products, to build a go-to-market strategy. Mayo has now graduated 40 companies from that accelerator. Many of those companies have gone on to get full FDA and CE approval of their algorithms and products. Others have received substantial Series B funding. One company received $50 million in additional venture funds because it had created validated products and services with this de-identified data. And then we began to offer collaboration to larger companies. And larger companies came to us and said things like, well, we want to identify a drug target. We want to do post-market surveillance for safety. We want to think of new services we may be able to offer patients by potentially taking such things as their historical records and home telemetry and combining those in new ways to ensure continuous care in the home. And so at the moment, we have about 150 companies working with us in this ecosystem. The ecosystem really has three parts. One is the notion of curated, de-identified data. The other is agility, as I've described it, to bring on collaborators with a minimal amount of time delay, because all legal agreements are templated, all business arrangements are predetermined. And then the notion of being able to take the solutions that come out of that innovation ecosystem and deploy them into healthcare organizations. We happen to use a technique that enables us to deliver to the workflow of clinicians algorithms that execute and provide valuable assistance inside the electronic health record, but we don't need the cooperation of the electronic health record vendor. It's a way of, in a neutral way, of bringing it to the desktop, bringing it as kind of a sidecar to the electronic health record, but integrating it into workflow. And integration into workflow is really important if you're going to get adoption of AI. Now let's talk about some of the solutions that have come out of this factory as I've described it. And I'll give you a couple of personal examples. So I have a supraventricular tachycardia. Now, what does that mean? It means sometimes my heart rate, which is at 70, goes to 120, 150, uncomfortable, but not life-threatening. Now, one way to evaluate me would be to send me to a hospital and have certain tests like an echocardiogram or a CT of my coronary arteries or a treadmill test. And that's traditional and that's expensive and that requires a lot of professional expertise, but it also requires typically travel and it takes several visits. Well, how about this as an alternative? If there are algorithms that can take data from the devices I wear or the devices in my home and analyze my condition and offer probabilities of disease and suggest treatments, and I can do it without leaving my living room, would not that be better for the patient, better for society? Mayo now has 240 fully validated algorithms that we have developed using this de-identified data. And one of those algorithms is able to take data from the Apple Watch you wear or the phone you carry and analyze it for certain disease states like pulmonary hypertension, cardiomyopathy, future atrial fibrillation, or even measure the strength of your heart pump, your ejection fraction. So we did that with me. And the end result was my heart is in perfect shape. I have no structural disease, but I do have a small conduction defect. Think of it as a loose wire on an extension cord. And so Mayo took the AI results and said, let's try you on 25 cents a day of a calcium channel blocker, diltiazem, and see if that cures your problem. And the answer is today, I'm completely cured. So think about this, a new way of thinking where healthcare systems, of course, will continue to see certain patients in bricks and mortar facilities. But many, many new patients can be seen and treated in the home using AI algorithms that have been appropriately validated, tested to ensure they are safe, appropriate regulatory approval granted, but then used to reach more patients in more geographies, spreading your specialty expertise greater than you ever could in a traditional approach. In the field of neurology, we can diagnose neuromuscular disease by voice. Not what you say, but how you say it. So Parkinsonism or ALS. And these are kinds of algorithms developed through humans doing supervised learning on large data sets and then testing these algorithms in clinical trials to make sure they work. So it's not out of the question that in another year, you'll be able to pick up your phone and be able to say, I'm very concerned about changes in my speech, and your phone offering you an appropriate referral if there is a risk of neuromuscular disease. Or in the field of radiation oncology. Radiation oncology requires an expert physician and an expert physicist. It can take many hours to develop what's called the auto-contouring profile to treat a cancer, targeting the tumor, but not the adjacent nerves, arteries, and veins. So here's the question. If Mayo could take its entire history of every patient with cancer and take all of the data from all of the radiation treatments we've ever delivered and train an algorithm to suggest the best path of treatment, the best profile, could that save human time? Could that enable us to see more patients? Well, we did this. The end result is it used to take 16 hours to develop a profile for a complex head and neck tumor. Today, it takes 1 hour because the physics and the math are done by the predictive algorithm, and humans review the end result as opposed to humans developing the end result from scratch. Does that mean fewer radiation oncologists? Does that mean fewer physicists? No. It means we can see more patients in more geographies globally than ever before. And it's not only good for the patients, but it empowers the clinicians. And the clinicians feel like they can practice at the top of their license, which enhances their job satisfaction and reduces burnout. So I gave you these couple of examples in cardiology, neurology, radiation oncology to give you a sense of how AI, built on the right foundation, can be scaled remarkably fast to generate solutions that will impact patients. But there's a challenge. Mayo is in Minnesota, Florida, Arizona, London, and Abu Dhabi. Mayo does not have a facility in Spain. So if I develop an algorithm based on 10 million patients in the United States, and then we deploy that algorithm to Catalonia, will it be fair, appropriate, valid, effective, and safe? The answer is impossible to know unless we test it. And how might that happen? What Mayo has recognized is that we need a global federation of collaborators to develop AI and test AI if we are going to ensure these algorithms are going to be used in every local community and be effective. So how did we approach that problem? Well, first, we took another part of the United States and we worked with a company called Mercy Health. They have 15 million patients. And we asked them, could you, following our approach, de-identify your data, put it in a cloud container, and then Mayo and Mercy will work together as peers to develop algorithms and test them. And we did that. Then we went to Albert Einstein in Brazil and said, oh, well, all of your data is in Portuguese. Could we translate it, do the de-identification in the way that I described, and then bring Brazil into the federation? And we did. And then UHN, University Health Network Canada, we brought in Canada. Sheba in Israel. We've recently signed agreements with Singapore, Korea, and Denmark. And over the course of 2024, we'll be visiting 21 countries with the notion that all the data will stay in the country. All the data will be controlled by whoever generated it. but country scale collaboration, enabling AI development and validation, will develop an ecosystem, a virtuous organization of peers governed together that will develop AI for healthcare and innovation faster than ever before. Mayo is not a hub. Mayo is just a facilitator in this global discussion. And so, for example, when I was at the World Economic Forum, I was able to meet with several prime ministers and health ministers. And they said, be part of a global effort to create AI and innovate? That sounds good. Let's work together. So I tell you all that because that's the foundation I see, given that BioCat is leading an innovative region of Catalonia. Start to think about how do you accelerate development for your local companies, but how do you also participate with other countries in creating a virtuous ecosystem? So that's a bit about predictive AI, but let's talk about generative AI. Generative AI is a little bit of a different issue. As you know, large language models are not sentient. Large language models are simply taking billions of sentences of the past and then, for a given prompt, creating new sentences, simply picking the next word in a sentence based on looking at patterns of others who have written sentences. The challenge with that, how do you assess its quality, its accuracy, its consistency? To me, if AI is to have credibility, it needs to have transparency. How was it created? What training sets did you use? Does it have reliability and consistency? Can I guarantee a good answer no matter what I ask or when I ask it? Well, for those of you who've experienced generative AI, you know it has power, it has potential, but it also has pitfalls, problems. And let me give you an example. One of our cardiologists wanted to ask ChatGPT for help with a very difficult case. The patient had just had a sternotomy, a major inline incision through the sternum. And the patient developed an arrhythmia and needed a pacemaker wire. Is it safe to insert a pacemaker wire 1 centimeter next to a fresh sternotomy score? Let's go ask ChatGPT. Well, ChatGPT said, actually, there have been clinical trials on 5,000 patients. It shows it's completely safe to do this. In fact, if you want the reference, it's in the Journal of Clinical Electrophysiology, January edition, page 411. Wow, that sounds like a very comprehensive answer. The study has never been done and the journal doesn't exist. And how could ChatGPT create such a compelling story and, in fact, entirely fictional, create text that could do harm? Well, I did talk to some senior executives involved in the creation of ChatGPT, and what they said is all of the ChatGPT family has been engineered to never exfiltrate its training data. So if you ever see a reference to a journal article, it must be false. Okay, so here's an interesting issue. You could, at 7 in the morning, ask ChatGPT a question and get a brilliant result. And at 7:01, ask the same question and get complete fiction. So we have to be careful about picking use cases where generative AI will be applied, and clinical diagnosis, probably not a good one at the moment. So here's another example for you. We took a case from the Journal of the American Medical Association and put it into generative AI. The case, a 59-year-old crushing substernal chest pain, shortness of breath, hypotension, and left leg pain. And the question we asked, generative AI, what is the diagnosis? And the end result from generative AI came back, This is a heart attack. Anticoagulate. Well, here's the problem. You heard me say left leg pain. That would be pretty odd in a heart attack. So I asked the question differently. Generative AI, what diagnosis should I not miss? Oh, don't miss a dissecting aortic aneurysm. In fact, the patient was having a dissecting aortic aneurysm, and anticoagulation would have killed the patient. So depending on how you ask the question, you can get a credible answer and not. So what is Mayo doing in generative AI given these risks in the short term? I think we again all agree generative AI is powerful. And might generative AI do such things as summarize patient chart data when a patient is brought to a doctor with a 3,000-page chart? Can generative AI create a summary? Actually, it does a really good job. So we've actually taken a generative AI product, put it in a secure location where we can send medical data to it and get responses like summaries, and that's in production today. Or can generative AI help doctors with documentation, reducing the burden of typing medical records? Again, we're live now with 400 doctors doing that. And the ambient listening, that is the doctor-patient conversation data, is then brought to generative AI, and generative AI writes the note summarizing the visit. And it works very well. Of course, a clinician has to edit the note before signing it. And then could a generative AI system help you with managing your clinical messaging, your inbox? Well, again, we're live with that. And what we have found is that about 80% of the burden of managing a clinical inbox of clinical email from patients and colleagues can be managed through generative AI, with the notion, again, that the clinician reads and edits before sending. But the bulk of an email response is pre-formed by the generative AI, and that works very well. But Mayo recognizes that often we overestimate what we can do in a year, but very much underestimate what we can do in a decade. So I am not suggesting to this audience to slow innovation with generative AI. In fact, do more experiments. Just recognize the risks and make sure these experiments aren't making life-threatening decisions for patients at this time. And so here are some of the examples of what Mayo is doing. The notion of generative AI and large language models predicting a word in a sentence, again, wonderful for documentation or summaries, but that doesn't sound like medical decision-making. Medical decision-making is often asking, what is the next event in a patient's life? Should we order a lab test? Should we make a diagnosis? Should we give a therapy? Should we consider a hospitalization? So Mayo's asking the question, can we take 100 million patients, take every birth to death event that we have a record of from electronic medical records, administrative systems, and other databases, and train a generative AI model, not on words in a sentence, but on events in a patient life? And so the thought being that when a new patient comes in to be seen and describes signs and symptoms and has a history, the generative AI said, oh, I've looked at 100 million patients like you, and the next event I predict is you're going to get a lab test. You're going to try a pill. You're going to have more exercise or a lifestyle change, whatever. Could that kind of generative AI help plan care journeys for patients, getting the right care in the right place at the right time? Maybe. So this quarter, we're going live with that in a test mode, in a passive mode, just to see the kinds of things that will be recommended, but it is not yet going to be used for any kind of decision making. Similarly, we're training what I'll call small language models. That is, They're going to be expert cardiologists and radiologists offering potentially interpretation of EKGs or chest x-rays in a way that can reduce human burden or help direct a human when looking at a diagnostic test, what place in that diagnostic test to look at or what diagnoses to consider. And we'll explore digital pathology and using kinds of AI systems to help our pathologists navigate very large digital pathology slides. One of the more speculative things we're doing is working on creating a generative AI system that will read the output of other generative AI systems and then give a validity score. Is this AI system producing reasonable responses or not? Yeah, we're not sure any of this is going to work, but isn't it kind of an interesting notion of having AI review the quality and accuracy of other AI and helping us decide whether to believe it or not? So I tell you all this because you can see in the world of predictive AI, more than 240 algorithms, many in production, regulatory oversight, good. Generative AI, limited use cases, more of an administrative nature, and clinical experiments that will do no harm and not being used to make decisions for live patients. But over the course of 2024, we'll learn a lot and we'll share it with the world. For the last 40 years, I have worked at the intersection of technology, policy, and process change. So I've talked a lot about technology, but what about policy? I mean, right? We have the EU AI law. We have the EU health data space that is emerging. Could you imagine a set of regulations or laws over the next year to two that are going to help ensure that the AI we're deploying in healthcare is effective and safe? In the United States, we've put together a coalition. It's called the Coalition for Health AI. You'll find it at coalitionforhealthai.org. It now has 1,400 members that include large companies like Google and Microsoft and Amazon and Apple, but also all the academic medical centers of the United States, Stanford and Duke and Mayo and Hopkins, as well as the US government, the Food and Drug Administration, the White House, the Health and Human Services Department. And this coalition of the willing came together to create the guidelines and the guardrails for the appropriate use of AI in healthcare. And you'll find if you go to the website, everything we do is free. Everything we do is open source. And you'll find all the guidance and guardrails, the implementation guidance, the best practices for life cycle management of AI on that website, all downloadable at no cost. And so I encourage in Catalonia the development of similar kinds of coalitions. Of course, you're welcome to join our coalition, which is becoming more and more international with each passing day. But bring together in your region those stakeholders from government, academia, and industry that will set a community standard for the use of AI in healthcare, so that we understand its strengths, its weaknesses, its biases, and potential liabilities. And you can understand that there's often a question from a policy perspective of liability. What if the AI makes an inappropriate recommendation? Who's liable? At very early days, but in the United States, our Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services has a proposed rule on that topic, which says the following. Suppose a doctor says, you know, I'm just going to turn this case over to the AI and let the AI make the decisions. If that were to happen and the AI made an inappropriate recommendation, the doctor would be liable. If, on the other hand, the doctor uses AI as augmentation, I am going to simply take this as another data point, a kind of research. It's like having a smart medical student on my team who's reviewing the literature. So I say, patient, well, here is my professional opinion and experience oh, I used this AI tool and here was its recommendation. As long as there is this dialogue and the AI is augmenting decision-making, not replacing decision-making, then there is no liability should something untoward happen. And so these are the kinds of societal questions you'll need to ask. Because remember that whether it's the United States or Catalonia, that dissemination of innovation really will require mature technology and good policy, but also change management and cultural acceptance. And only by building a coalition of government, academia, and industry to ensure AI has credibility will you foster adoption. So it's a very exciting time. I would tell you that 2024 is a perfect storm for innovation. That you have the alignment of technology that's good enough, enormous amounts of data, compute that is effectively infinite, and a societal need to work on these kinds of innovations. In the last 30 days, I've been in 10 countries, and you know every one of those countries has a birth rate less than 1.5. And what does that mean? That means that as we have aging societies, more demand for care, fewer doctors and nurses and social workers, the only way we are going to be able to meet the demands for healthcare delivery of 2030 are to augment our existent clinicians with AI and to ask the question, how do we work smarter with the workforce that we're given, knowing the workforce is going to, by definition, shrink over time with lower birth rates internationally. So that's our challenge. Create an innovation ecosystem, create an engine to generate more AI, create the policy, guidance, and guardrails to make sure it does no harm, and get it deployed so you can bring the care the patients need, even with the demographic challenges ahead. And that's why I'm so optimistic. I really do believe that working together, and Mayo gives its full support to Catalonia and all your regional efforts, we'll be able to achieve global transformation of healthcare. And ultimately, that's what all of us want. The patients need to tell us what are our priorities, and working together, we'll meet their needs. We'll want to turn it back to Aurora because I know you're going to have lots of questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for Thank you. Just said before, thank you for your energy and your passion. And now I say thank you also for your optimism. So thanks very much because it's really impressive what you are doing, ChatGPT apart, what you're doing to reach patients all over the world. So thanks. And I think we can meet in Barcelona soon. So I hope we start a meeting together. And now, yeah, we start with the questions from the audience. Just hold your hand. And I would like you introduce yourself before raising the question. So we start with the audience. We have one question over there.
Hi, hello. This is Jesus Purroy from the Inveniam Group. Okay, so given the, let's say, uneven coverage of healthcare in the US population, my guess is that your original 10 million data set will have biases in, so some populations will be underrepresented and some populations will be overrepresented. When you train your AI on this data set, do you correct somehow for this representativity issue, or is it going to come up anyway? Thanks.
So what a brilliant question. And let me give you a prediction as to what you'll see in the next quarter. Because no healthcare system in the United States, Mayo or Duke or Stanford, has enough patients with enough diversity, any algorithm that is produced will be biased, right? You, for every algorithm, need to understand the data that was used to create it, and you need to understand its performance in a subgroup analysis of such things as race, ethnicity, age, geography, gender, etc. I predict in the next quarter, you'll see announcements that the United States will create a nationwide network of AI assurance labs, leveraging exactly as you say, local data sets throughout our regions that will be able to, for any commercial product, identify its biases so its biases can be mitigated. No algorithm will ever be totally unbiased, but it certainly can be used in the right context for the right patients. It can be locally tuned and improved so it will have better performance. And that's why I mentioned this notion of a federation of Mayo working with Mercy and UHN and Albert Einstein, Sheba, and other countries. It's only if we have enough local data and a nationwide network of AI assurance testing that we can identify and mitigate bias.
Okay, more questions? Just over there. Can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, good morning. I'm Joan Comella. I'm the director of Children's Hospital here in Barcelona. First, thank you for this amazing talk. I have a couple of questions, but maybe I will concentrate it just in one. And is what are the implications? What are the implications of the professionals in the design and adoption of the solutions and their new roles? I mean, I was thinking, are you professionals in Mayo happier with the implementation of AI? And if they are, how do you measure that? And I have a second question, if I may. Second question is, how do you foresee the implications of the patients in the design of solutions? And what will be the impact of that in healthcare provision, particularly in primary care? I was thinking, what about losing the humanistic part of healthcare? Are you controlling that also?
So what really great questions. So let's talk through impact on professionals. I've been a physician for 40 years. And what are some of the things that concern me? Well, the burden of administrative documentation and billing and all the things that are adjunctive to just seeing the patient. That's a challenge. The number of hours in a day. What we call pajama time, right? You see your patients for 12 hours and then you go home and spend the evening documenting or catching up on all the administrative details. So what the professionals have asked, can I spend much more time with my patients? If AI is helping with some of these tasks like documentation or some of the more administrative detail, filling out forms for me. And so what we've seen at Mayo is through some of these systems that we've put in place, clinician satisfaction, as measured through survey, is substantially improved if they can be supported in a way that enables them to work at the height or the top of their license. And let me give you a quick example. A week ago, a physician emails me, I have had dinner with my family for the first time in the last 2 years. Thank you so much for these AI solutions that are making my workday easier. So being able to see more patients with more satisfaction and less burden. But also there's a safety net notion. If the AI can overread the X-ray, overread the EKG, provided an overread of your note or your diagnostic thinking, it's a kind of comfort. It's never replacing the doctor, it's augmenting and providing another data point. Let's talk about the patients. So since you are a clinician, how many times a week do families come to you, friends, colleagues, and say, I have this issue. Where do I go? What do I do? Well, this happens to me every day. Wouldn't it be wonderful if eventually, and it may not be 2024, maybe it's 25 or 26, that every patient has an AI doc in their pocket And that AI doc in their pocket isn't replacing their primary care physician. The AI doc in their pocket says, oh, well, other patients like you have had this care journey. Maybe, you woke up with this sign or symptom. The next thing for you to seek is this person, this test. Try this. I'm hopeful, and patients are telling me this. They would like tools that help them navigate the healthcare system so they get to the place they want, wellness, more quickly. In a funny sort of way, we use Google Maps or Waze to drive. Might we have ways for healthcare that helps our patients get to where they need to be, never diminishing the role of the clinician? And maybe the last thing I'll say, based on your comment about humanity. If AI can replace your doctor, AI should replace your doctor, because we don't go to doctors for just unemotional responses. We go to doctors for empathy, for active listening, for understanding and respecting our values. And those are things that AI just cannot replace.
More questions? Raise your hands. Also upstairs, if you want, there are some people that can help you to ask questions. Over there is a question too. No? Okay, so start here and then we go there.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Joan Guanyavents from the Director of TIC Salut Foundation here in Catalonia. It was a very clear and excellent presentation, but I have a question about what about the evaluation or regulation before to implement these solutions? Because it's clear that these solutions will learn and will change. So how we implement this continuously evaluation, and also sometimes they cannot explain how he achieved and obtained these results. So how we manage these evaluations in these cases? Thank you.
Well, see, what's so wonderful about speaking to an audience in Catalonia is the issues that you face are the same all over the world. So at the moment, the Food and Drug Administration in the US has the authority to regulate devices and medications. It has been charged with the oversight of AI. And so, interestingly enough, it uses a construct called software as a medical device, meaning it's regulated.
We have some problems with the connection by now. We had 12 minutes left, so I think we'll try to connect again.
As if it were a medical
small
device.
Pause. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now, yeah, just a
Can you hear
small
me?
pause. We hear you
Okay,
correctly
here we
now.
go. Okay, very good. So I was saying FDA regulates devices and pharmaceuticals, and so it uses a construct called software as a medical device to regulate AI, meaning it's treating AI as if it were a device, which means it has to do, safety, randomized clinical trials, all the documentation. That's the construct for regulation. And of course, in Europe, it's the CE mark, these kinds of things. But you raise a really interesting point. Every AI algorithm needs to be continuously improved. And that is, it is not a static kind of application or device. So the FDA has come up with a notion called a predetermined change control plan, which is the manufacturer says, do you know, I am actually every quarter going to retune the algorithm, retest the algorithm. And therefore, FDA, I am telling you what I'm going to do over the next year. You do not need to reevaluate software as a medical device. Assume that for the next year, here's how my product will change. And that's giving you the kinds of change that you've described. We know not all AI is explainable, meaning that we know the inputs, we know the outputs, we can assess its efficacy by doing a randomized clinical trial. But sometimes it's very hard to explain how it does what it's doing. So in the example I gave you of some of the cardiology AI, the fact that an algorithm can look at my Apple Watch data and tell you my ejection fraction based on a lead 1 ECG is some very complicated math. And to be honest, no human understands the math. But we did a randomized clinical trial on 6,000 patients and found an AUC of 0.93, meaning the algorithm works even though it can't be entirely mathematically explained. So federal regulation, an opportunity to change and improve the algorithm within the regulatory pathway, and an understanding that randomized clinical trials might help us deal with a lack of explainability. That has been our approach so far.
Thank you. Another question here downstairs.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, and thanks so much. I'm Felipe Miralles from Eurecat. Thanks so much for such an inspiring talk. I was going to ask the same question about regulation because you already answered so well. I'll go to the next thing. It's good that we share the same type of issues. No, that's a good sign. I will ask about business models, reimbursement, this kind of technology. What implies in terms of the payer? No, bundled payment, pay for value. This kind of things is already this in place in your organizations?
So how timely is that question? On Thursday of last week, the US Senate held hearings in the Senate Finance Committee on that exact question. And I was able to contribute to that testimony. And the question, of course, is, should algorithms be reimbursed just as a drug would be reimbursed? You use an algorithm, you get paid. Or should algorithms simply be part of value-based purchasing, or the idea that in a bundled payment, if you deliver a service with a good outcome and an algorithm helped you achieve that, you are rewarded because you're able to reduce the cost of producing the same quality. And I'll tell you, I think the bias among all folks who testified in front of the Senate Finance Committee is that you shouldn't pay for algorithms. You should pay for outcomes. And therefore, organizations which embrace AI will achieve better healthcare value and will realize economic gain because of it. And at the moment, I mean, again, lots of different business models, and I'm just going to be very open with you. Imagine one of the hospitals in Catalonia who doesn't sell data, because again, would never do that, but helps co-develop an algorithm with a commercial company, and potentially, because of their efforts, could take equity in that company. And as the company succeeds, the hospital realizes that equity gain. Certainly, that's a possibility. Or a hospital could license its technology to a company, or could have shared revenue with a company. So really two answers to your question, which is, from a government perspective, value and bundles probably make the most sense. From a healthcare organization perspective, equity, revenue share, and licensing probably makes sense.
Okay, another questions? Go on.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your speech. It was very, very interesting. My question is a public health question, like pandemics. Will generative AI or predictive AI be able to predict future pandemics, like what happened in 2020, COVID-19, so that we can know what to do early enough? Is it possible to use predictive AI with the data you have to predict future pandemics and how to, help the world faster? Considering that you collect data with predictive AI, is it possible to predict future pandemics and how the world can go about it faster? Thank you very much.
Sure, and that's a complicated question, but so let me give you a couple of examples. Certainly, predictive and generative AI can help us with population health. And here's a quick example. It's not a pandemic, but it illustrates the issue. many of us who have primary care visits each year may get a laboratory test like a blood count. The blood counts that we get may be completely normal. But what if I had a hematocrit of 43 5 years ago? And then 2 years ago, I had a hematocrit of 42. And this year, I have a hematocrit of 41. Those are all normal hematocrits. Can an AI algorithm actually look at the history of every lab test that I've had and say, patients with early colon cancer have a similar pattern? We actually would, in a population, be able to identify those who are at the highest risk for a disease like colon cancer and then screen them with additional techniques such as colonoscopy. So we actually did this. And so in one of our community hospitals, a community of about 50,000 patients, they ran the algorithm and were able to identify 400 at-risk individuals. And of those at-risk individuals, scheduled about 200 colonoscopies. You're probably asking, well, what about detection? The AUC on that one is about 0.85, meaning that it's pretty good. It's not 100%, but as a population health screening tool, it gets us the right identified patients for right additional testing. So these kinds of tools to monitor data on a population health basis and identify either individuals or trends certainly is possible. Mayo built a system in 2020 that looked at all of those patients who had positive COVID tests and looked into their signs and symptoms. And it was Mayo's algorithms that first identified that the loss of smell and taste was actually predictive of a positive COVID test. So those kinds of things certainly work. Biosurveillance systems do require the study of a variety of things, everything from viral load and sewage to laboratory testing and results. And there have been in the United States several experiments of trying to predict pandemics and identify pandemics based on continuous monitoring of telemetry coming from healthcare facilities. So definitely something worth exploring.
Thank you. We have only time for one more question. We have more hands raising, but we have only time for one more. So when you want, you can introduce yourself first, please.
Cesar Velasco, Strategy and Innovation Director in AstraZeneca. Thank you very much. Congratulations for such a wonderful debate. I wanted to ask you about cultural change management and how capabilities and skills have an impact on the hospital setting and also beyond the hospital. What is the influence of new capabilities, new skills? How are you dealing with the new generation of clinicians having to tackle with all this transformation? Thank you.
So much of what we have to do in the next year isn't technology or policy, it's cultural change. And every one of us will have different preferences and beliefs as to how these technologies can help or potentially harm us. You will probably see, as you suggest, a Gaussian distribution of early adopters and resistors, and that may very well be related to age. You might find those who have traditionally used analytic methods that are more just tabular will look to AI and its lack of explainability and say, oh, I'm not sure I trust that. So to me, the only way we can build trust is as Mayo has done it, which is randomized clinical trials, run it in real world examples, give clinicians.
We're in the last question, and I think we've lost the connection.
Try it and then evaluate how it has impacted their workload.
Oh, we've lost you a bit, but I think you're still here for the last question. Just.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
I can see you. Yeah, so who knows? I've been able to see you and hear you just fine. Anyway, so point to be made is lots of work on change management and cultural change. Maybe I'll end with this notion. The way one achieves cultural change is you need a bold vision. And you need senior people like your group to articulate that bold vision. And then you need a guiding group to ensure that change happens and change is maintained. And you need an urgency to change. So what you'd hope is, as I was saying, show that it works, build momentum, create government, academia, and industry groups that will support your efforts, and ensure that patients recognize the care they need and deserve will happen with more efficiency, less effort, and less cost through the use of these advanced tools only if there's credibility and safety.
Thank you very much, Dr. Halamka. I think we can applaud you. Thank you. You leave us with lots of thinking about what you've explained to us this morning. Have a good day. We wait for you in Barcelona just to close our relation, and we wish you lots of success with your great challenge, because I think people like you make a better world for all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. Have a great day.
With Dr. Halamka, we finish the time for dialogue and debate in this morning. And now we are going to close this session. We are going to follow in Catalan, seguim en català, i escoltarem tot seguit l'honorable conseller de Salut, el senyor Manel Balcells i Díaz, que és el qui farà la cloenda d'aquesta presentació de l'informe de la BioRegió d'aquest matí. Gràcies per ser aquí amb nosaltres.
Molt bon dia a tots i totes. Sé que és tard i miraré de ser breu, però algunes idees clau. És un plaer ser de nou aquí a la cloenda de la presentació de l'informe anual de BioCat. De fet, és una data esperada per tothom, per tot el sector. L'informe de BioCat s'ha convertit ja en un clàssic i que, a més, ens posa en relleu quina és la realitat de l'ecosistema. El molt honorable president Pere Aragonès aquest matí a la inauguració ja ha tingut l'oportunitat de posar en valor quin és l'impacte econòmic, l'impacte social que té aquest ecosistema. I és impressionant. La veritat és que les dades demostren que aquesta és una realitat creixent i una realitat palpable. L'aposta d'aquest govern per la recerca biomèdica, per la innovació biomèdica, és una aposta clara, però no és només d'aquest govern. L'aposta és d'aquest país des de fa molts anys per apostar per la bioregió, per apostar per l'ecosistema amb tots els governs que ens han precedit també. És a dir, si estem aquí és per la feina, la feinada que heu fet tots vosaltres i que ha fet el conjunt del país per apostar per la recerca, per apostar per la innovació, per apostar pel coneixement en l'àrea de les ciències de la salut, de les ciències de la vida. I aquesta aposta continuada, aquesta aposta sostinguda, ens converteix a dia d'avui en el que som, un pol d'atracció important, de referència en el sud d'Europa a nivell de la tecnologia i a nivell de la recerca. I no ho dic jo, sinó que ho diuen tots els paràmetres i, de fet, avui també s'ha presentat en el sentit que Barcelona, l'àrea metropolitana, Catalunya, és atractiva. És atractiva per a les inversions estrangeres, és atractiva pel talent que hi ha, és atractiva també pel nivell i la qualitat dels grans hospitals que disposem i dels centres de recerca vinculats a les ciències de la vida. Això, traduït en dades, és el que avui es presenta amb aquest informe i que confirma que, efectivament, aquesta és una aposta de present i de futur, és una aposta de país. Jo vull destacar 3 coses al voltant de les reflexions que ens porten al moment en què estem. Una, les teràpies avançades. El compromís i la idea que tenim en aquest govern i, de fet, en aquests 2 darrers anys, és que l'aposta per les teràpies avançades es converteixi en una realitat en el conjunt de Catalunya. Per això, la creació del Centre Català de Teràpies Avançades i del Hub de Teràpies Avançades. És a dir, els 2 elements que se sumen al Hub liderat des de BioCat, al centre pivotant sobre el banc de sang i teixits, que, de fet, i des d'aquesta setmana passada ja ha fet la primera aportació de 20 milions d'euros per consolidar la realitat d'aquest centre. perquè la realitat està aquí. La innovació de les teràpies avançades ja està aquí. És a dir, a dia d'avui ja hi ha 73 teràpies en diverses àrees clíniques com són l'oncologia, el sistema nerviós central i la dermatologia, i algunes d'elles a punt d'arribar al mercat, i això vol dir a punt d'arribar cap als ciutadans. L'aposta per les noves teràpies i les teràpies avançades i emergents és una aposta per socialitzar aquestes noves teràpies. Aquest és el gran repte que tenim, perquè avui dia la necessitat de nous medicaments, de noves teràpies, és evident al voltant de la curació d'algunes malalties que fins ara no ho eren. Però això exigeix també un esforç com a país de poder-ho fer assequible al sistema, de fer-ho sostenible i de fer-ho que pugui arribar a la major part de la població. Per tant, teràpies avançades, gran aposta de país, gran aposta al voltant de desenvolupar-les, de poder-les aplicar i poder-les repercutir sobre el conjunt de la ciutadania, treballant alhora el que és l'exempció hospitalària i que no quedin limitades com en alguns moviments, algunes idees hi ha al voltant d'Europa en aquest sentit. És a dir, això ho defensem nosaltres i ho defensarà l'Estat a proposta nostra en el conjunt del Consell Europeu, perquè per nosaltres és imprescindible mantenir l'exempció hospitalària a l'hora de desenvolupar nous medicaments, noves teràpies. Per tant, davant de l'amenaça d'això, lluitarem aferrissadament perquè els nostres centres puguin continuar fent els seus tractaments amb aquesta mirada de l'exempció hospitalària. L'altre tema que també ha sortit i sortia ara amb aquesta conferència final del president o mànager de Mayo Clinic és al voltant de la intel·ligència artificial. La intel·ligència artificial probablement serà la gran revolució dels propers anys. Però, com deia algú, tampoc no la fem més intel·ligent del que és. És a dir, intel·ligència artificial, com totes les tecnologies, al servei de. I al servei de què ha de ser? Ens ha de servir a nosaltres perquè sigui més eficient el sistema, perquè puguem afinar millor els diagnòstics, perquè els procediments els puguem utilitzar amb els algoritmes que convinguin perquè arribin a tothom i perquè puguem utilitzar el nostre propi sistema d'una manera efectivament més eficient amb la medicina personalitzada i amb l'atenció mèdica i personal i amb el conjunt de processos assistencials. Per tant, la intel·ligència artificial al servei del que convingui. I què ens convé? Millorar l'accessibilitat al sistema, millorar els diagnòstics, ajudar els professionals a que els seus diagnòstics siguin més precisos, a que aquests algoritmes i aquesta fórmula de que el sistema vagi aprenent per ell mateix ens pugui ajudar a l'hora dels processos assistencials, perquè al final hi ha metges, infermeres, pacients i la voluntat de solucionar malalties i processos assistencials per millorar la salut. I finalment, el gran objectiu de la innovació. Nosaltres ens hem convertit i som un pol de referència amb la innovació biomèdica a dia d'avui, ja ho som en el sud d'Europa i en el conjunt d'Europa. Però habitualment els ecosistemes, no només el nostre i els d'Europa, sinó també els Estats Units, són grans generadors d'innovació. I aquí acaben. El nostre capteniment, el nostre esforç, la nostra voluntat és no ser només generadors d'innovació, sinó ser capaços d'incorporar aquesta innovació en el sistema. I això no és fàcil, però aquest és el nostre objectiu i és en el que estem treballant i hem de continuar treballant per no només generar, sinó poder-la escalar i després poder-la incorporar. Bàsicament perquè l'objectiu general ha de ser i és millorar la salut de la població. I això només ho podem fer amb la transformació que genera la innovació i la recerca, però sent capaços després d'aplicar-ho en el sistema i sent capaços que això arribi a la pràctica per la millora de la qualitat de vida dels nostres conciutadans. Jo crec que estem amb això, el conjunt de l'ecosistema hi està, jo crec que podem estar molt orgullosos de la situació on estem, del camí a seguir, de la millora que podem continuar fent per ser referents a Europa, per ser atractius a capital de fora, per ser capaços de posar en valor la innovació que tenim i, sobretot, després, si som capaços d'aplicar-la per la millora dels nostres conciutadans. Per tant, moltes gràcies a BioCat per la feina, moltes gràcies a tot l'ecosistema, a tots els actors que esteu aquí representats per la feina que feu i, bàsicament, només dir-vos que continuem treballant conjuntament per la millora de la salut de la població. Moltes gràcies i bon dia.
Moltes gràcies, conseller. Doncs acabem la presentació, aquesta jornada de presentació de l'informe de la bioregió. Han intervingut 16 persones, hem fet 2 connexions en directe i, per tant, una jornada superprofitosa. Hem parlat d'inversió, de teràpies, de recerca, de coneixement, de talent. També hem parlat, òbviament, de ciència i de salut, i de tecnologia i d'intel·ligència artificial, però combinat amb valors tan humans com l'esforç, la vida, la passió, l'empatia i la confiança. Justament per establir aquests ponts de confiança, 2 cosetes més. Una és que tenim un còctel aquí fora al vestíbul per tots nosaltres per poder fer allò que en diuen networking i establir i estrènyer els cercles de confiança i de compartir també coneixement. I dir-vos que, com us he dit al començar, aquesta és la primera de les activitats de la Barcelona Health Innovation Week i que justament aquesta tarda a les 4, a l'espai menjú d'aquest auditori, tenim un podcast molt interessant, que és una entrevista en directe del podcast Bioemprendedores, que segur que molts de vosaltres coneixeu, que el fan Rosendo Garganta i Òscar Porcel, i avui conversaran amb Anna Maikes, que és la CEO de Neuroelèctrics, i justament parlaran de maneres de monitoritzar i d'estimular el cervell. Jo crec que aquell matí l'hem estimulat ja molt, el cervell, però si a algú li queden més ganers, que sapigueu que a les 4 de la tarda es pot seguir en directe des d'aquí, des de la planta menjú d'aquest auditori, aquest podcast en directe. I res més, moltíssimes gràcies per la feina que feu, felicitats per un any més tenir aquests resultats tan extraordinaris en l'informe de la bioregió i molt endavant amb els vostres projectes professionals. Gràcies per la confiança i fins aviat. Bon dia.